How we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy, what day of the week is it? Is it Monday? You know what? We've got the shirt sponsor today. I'm gonna angle my camera down a touch, I think, so we get more of the shirt for today. How's that look? Still got my head net? Yeah, it's great. Look at that. Got out of our wonderful new designs. We are gonna rip packs to get full art Arcanine. Good morning, Ben. I was gonna wait for you to get here. Howdy, sarcasm. By the way, if you like the end of the AM stuff and you'd like a chance to get some potentially for free, be sure you pop on into the Discord server, and in the announcements channel, I'm going to be giving away, I think I've got like $25 gift cards to give away tonight. So there's a post you can react to in the announcements channel. I'm going to select the winners on that later tonight. Check them out there. I did have a good weekend. Yeah, it was very, very chill. Crack a couple of free boosters to start the day. Morning, Ecos. Been enjoying the Fighting Frog deck. Good, I'm glad you're having fun with it. We're gonna start with some Aerodactyl, I think, when we play some games this morning. I want to try that inside of the Marshadow Hitmonlee shell. A lot of different variations of that doing well in the meta report. Not quite the Arcanine we're looking for. We'll definitely play some Arcanine today, too. I think I want to start with the... maybe we'll play a few with the Arcanine deck to start, since we're going to get our full art. Alright, how many pack points do we need? We need 160, so that's 32 packs. Alright, Pikachu, let's do it. Arcanine with 1 Mew. I'm a big fan of playing 2 copies of Mew in the Arcanine deck, personally. Bill Nye, thank you for the over 3 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Karan, thank you for the 22 months. Good morning, folks. Happy Monday. It's a new week, and we've almost made it to a new year. A prime sub on a prime number. Is 38 prime? 38's not prime. How many Diglets does a man need? Asking the real questions. Since we started opening Pikachu pack, plenty apparently. Since we started opening Pikachu packs for the full art Arcanine, I've opened 3 additional immersive Pikachus, of which I already had 3, I think. Hey, Talran, thank you for the 82 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Ant-Man Sam, thank you for the 22. A lot of 22-monthers this morning. Switched from the start at 23, right after Snap started popping. Is the universe telling you to play Diglett? Poor Diglett's just so mid. Yeah, the Nidos are another one that just aren't stellar. I hit 1,250 pack points in Mythical Island, so now I'm back to cracking Charizard packs for full art Sabrinas. Yeah, I'm hoping my my 2 extra copies of full art Sabrina will be prime trade bait when that's a thing. That's 1,100 cards, 1050, 10.5. Too bad Pocket's not available on the Switch. Yeah, I expect... People always ask about a native PC version of Pocket, but honestly, I expect Pocket will have a Switch port before a PC port. Hey, Gap, thank you for the 72 months. 6 years is a long time. Welcome back. Appreciate you dropping that primer off again. Shinsei, thank you for the 14. Good morning, good morning. Speaking of Zapdos, hey, Bardic, thank you for the over 3.5 years. Glad you've been having fun with Pocket. I have been too. For those who missed it yesterday, we had our weekly meta report go up on the YouTube side, highlighting all the ins and outs of our tournaments this weekend. Aerodactyl EX and Fighting decks putting up some really impressive performances. We're going to play some of that today at some point too. Oh yeah, I should do my like the stream poll on the YouTube side to encourage that. Wait, 2 more Pikachu packs for our Arcanines. The shape of this Gyarados is so mid. That's such a good piece of art. I watched your meta report, and I saw there was a Mewtwo with 2 copies of blue, and I think the 2 blues are for Celebi. They could be there. They obviously help the Celebi matchup as well, but there's a lot of variance in trying to have blue help you in that matchup, and it's worth noting that Mewtwo tends to have a pretty decent Celebi matchup, so I'd be surprised if people are making deck building considerations to help a matchup that's already kind of good for them. The 2-star cards in Pokemon Pocket are the most expensive cosmetics I've ever chased in any card game ever. Any tournaments over the weekend? I 2-2 dropped the Ursi tournament and then didn't play anything else. Had a lot of time with the family. Where's my fire pup? Who must have scrolled past it. Burn, puppy, burn. Yes, the UI for spending pack points is absolutely atrocious. I 8-2'd the Ursi event and missed top 32. Yeah, those events have really brutal cuts. One of the things I think the community consistently does poorly in terms of deck evaluation is people put way too much weight into top 8 finishes or top 32 cuts when they're so high variance. There's a reason why when I'm doing evaluation for performance metrics in my stuff that I explicitly look at 70% win rates. And I'm not looking at things that are just making a top cut, whatever that kind of somewhat arbitrarily is. Some lovely full art. I think I like these Mews. I'd rather have these 2 Mews, or I'd rather have the immersive Mews, or the forest Mews. I think I like those 2. Red for life. Thank you for the 79 months. It's a long time. Quick math, over 6.5 years. Thank you for the very generous tier 3. Nitsu, thank you for the 5 months. Zomgil, thank you for re-upping for the 2nd month. Yeah, full art Pokeball and full art Professor when is the big question. Those will be highly, highly sought after. Hey Jeff, I had a question for you. Is the premium pass worth it? The premium pass is the best ratio of dollars to Pokegold you can spend in Pokemon Pocket. It effectively translates to about 18 Pokegold per dollar that you spend, or a little bit more than that. Whereas the best rate in other spots, even when they do sales on Pokegold, is about like 10 or 11 Pokegold per dollar. So if you're someone who's logging it every day and you're not whaling the full set up front, the pass is the best money you can spend for sure. Our flared 2-star Moltres, because we happen to open infinite copies of them. It is actually incredibly rude to ask and be hostile about my voice, so I'm just gonna ban you from my channel because I really don't want you in my space. Thanks for hanging out. Please go away. It's actually incredible to me how many people are absolute jagoffs about the texture and sound of my voice in different spots. Just miserable human beings top to bottom. Actually, one of the worst part of my job is having to deal with you people. It actually really makes me wonder how rarely do these people touch grass that they think every single person they engage with out in the world, maybe they just don't engage with any actual real people, like have an exact sound the same way constantly all the time voice. What's another human? Yep. They only spend time with their mother. We dead. Feels like we're dead. Articuno's a pretty bad matchup for Arcanine. You just don't hit the breakpoints. The funniest part about those comments is just the complete and total lack of self-awareness. Because, like, they're self-aware enough to say that, to prefix their message with, I hope this isn't rude, but they know it's going to be rude. That's why they're prefixing it with that. It's that big I'm not racist but energy. Like, you know the thing you're about to say is awful, so, like, maybe consider just not saying it instead of being a terrible person. It's the Ricky Bobby I said with all due respect, yep. And the amount of respect you were due was none. Alright, I would like a Growlithe or even a second Moltres to power up here would be ideal. Sedge. I think without a Pupper on the bench, I actually want to just get the Mew charging up to start, so that way they can't put Mewtwo up without me threatening a KO. Yeah, I'm still using LD Player to play Pocket on PC. Lovely. I don't know that I want to play this out. I think I'm going to go ahead and Inferno Dance this turn since we hit the Growlithe. This is a bad matchup for Mewtwo, right? The matchup stats we have from the last couple of events imply that this Arcanine deck is favored into Mewtwo. It's not like super polarized Mewtwo could win, but Mew definitely gives you a bit of an edge. What are your thoughts on the stall meta? Do we have a stall meta? Do you just mean Drudagon existing is a stall meta? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, like Mewtwo, the three pillars of this format are Pikachu, Gyarados, and Mewtwo. And Pikachu and Mewtwo are definitely not stall decks, and the rise of Hitmonlee is happening to punish people trying to play Drudagon, so I think it's not quite accurate to say that the metagame focuses around stalling. I guess I'll play this out at this point in case we high roll 3 heads. We can start charging up this other one because Arcanine doesn't need more than 3. Right, Pup is ready to go. If we find Arcanine next turn, we can switch this up and take a knockout on Gardevoir, and then at that point, with Mew charged up, we should be good to go. But we kind of need Arcanine here, or we could be in a little bit of trouble. They need to basically set up 2 Mewtwo's before we can get any knockout points, which, with 2 Gardevoir, is very possible at this point. People mistake commonly seen with most effective. I mean, the play rate data we have does not imply that Drudagon decks are the most common decks being played. It'd be accurate to say that Pikachu is an aggressive deck and Mewtwo and Gyarados are mid-range decks. Pocket decks don't always have strict one-to-one parallels with what they're doing, but I don't know that I would... I feel like if I were to draw a comparison of the Gyarados deck, I would call it like an engine deck. It's a deck that focuses around getting one specific thing up and doing it. But the concepts like aggro, mid-range, and control from games like Magic the Gathering don't really strictly translate to Pokemon Pocket. I think is another thing to be aware of. Okay, so 6 cards in my deck. We're gonna need to hit Arcanine next turn. Because they're gonna put a Gardevoir up here. And if I can't get my last knockout point, they're gonna have enough time to assemble their second Mewtwo. So the question here is, can I draw a single Arcanine after they drew both Mewtwo's and both Gardevoirs? This is one of the reasons why I can't play Stage 2 decks inside of tournaments, because I am not lucky enough to draw even a single Stage 1 while my opponent draws 2 Stage 2s most games. I would like to know how Mewtwo could win versus Gyarados. Mewtwo has a very bad Gyarados matchup. Especially if the Gyarados deck has room to fit in a copy of Giovanni, Gyarados tends to be heavily favored against Mewtwo. Yep. Nothing to see here. You know what we do have to see here, gamers? Adverts. We'll see you in 120 seconds. I'll throw the deck list up on screen. Hopefully we can have a little bit better variance with this when we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. You know, someone else mentioned in a YouTube comment that there's little white bars that are appearing on the screen, but I didn't catch it. There might be something wrong with my encoding software, but if it's happening, it's nominal enough that it's not really impacting much, but it's probably something in my setup. Get you in a couple minutes, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Well, hop on the bike for the morning too, get some exercise in. I don't intend to play more of the Greninja fighting deck today. I'm gonna play some of the Aerodactyl fighting decks and some other things that I want to work on. Oh, it happens when I have a sub alert. That's interesting. I wonder if the browser source in this version of OBS is having some issues then. But the full arts do look very good. Yep, they're great. Another one of my lovely Into the AM shirts they sent me. I just posted a sweet dragon design over the weekend I'm gonna have to pick up. There's so many great shirts. Trash Panda, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. It's my favorite deck to play at the moment. I really like the Hitmonlee Farfetch decks. I think there's a lot of different ways to do it. Mad King, thank you for the brand new Prime support. There's a lot of great people you can send that to on Twitch every month. Thanks for sending it this way this month and keeping me around. Yeah, can you ping me, Ben, just so I know how much to send over? Were you surprised that an Aerodactyl deck went 10-0 on day one? No, the fighting shell is very good. Hitmonlee, Marshadow, Farfetch'd is quite strong. I think this 4th booster pack they added to the game really shows how good they are at design. The first set was like, the first 3 packs had like pretty reasonable balance, but this 4th pack really fleshed out the metagame in a way that's great. Mew EX as a tool for people to have feels quite stellar. Hey, Ulu Martino, thank you for that brand new Prime support. Appreciate you keeping me around. My gut instinct on the Primate builds of Aerodactyl is I would be surprised if playing a stage 1 is worth the added power, but I need to play some games with it to get a feel for it. Open on Mew here. Ideally, we open on Moltres, but we also just never want to open on a Growlithe. Moltres is nice. We're looking for an Arcanine and an X-Speed or a Leaf here. Budding Expeditioner actually gets the job done here as well. So we can go ahead and play all of these out, and if I don't draw Leaf or whatever, we can Budding Expeditioner back the Mew next turn to get the Moltres up without losing any energy. Oh yeah, there totally is a flash from the sub-alert. It must be something buggy in this version of OBS. I don't know if there's anything I can do to debug it in the short term. Hey, Chastity, thank you for the over 1.5 years. Welcome back. This matchup's pretty solid for the Arcanine deck. You get to clear these Celebes out in one go, and we accelerate energy to it pretty quickly. I think even with the Leaf here, I'm going to go ahead and Budding Expeditioner. I think I want to leave an extra spot on my bench for another Moltres or another Arcanine, potentially. Saving the Leaf for next turn potentially also means if I top deck Arcanine, I can use Leaf to move the Moltres out and put this up if I hit 2 heads here. Well, that's like the opposite of hitting 2 heads. So far, I'm not convinced we're actually an Arcanine deck. We never draw one. That's true. Hey, there's another pup. Lovely. We're out of basics? We're out of basics. Yikes. Maybe they'll red card me. Classic TCG gaming. Just paid $250 for a full art Arcanine and can literally never draw it. I think I need to put energy on the Moltres to threaten pressure on this first Celebi to get them to move the second up, because I don't want to put Arcanine up and clear this, then have this high roll my dog. So I'm going to go ahead and dance here. Two heads and 9 coins, running a little bit below average. What are the tournament formats for Pokemon? Most common format used is single deck best of 3. All of the tournaments I personally play in are single deck best of 3. Some tournaments run as best of 1. There really haven't been many multi-deck tournaments. This is why I stopped playing Moltres decks. My luck is awful. I mean, this game's a good example of why the Moltres decks are really good, right? This is a game where I flipped 2 heads and 9 coins, and it was still more than enough for me to win the game. I think Moltres is a wonderful example of a card that is incredibly good and consistent despite its variance. And when your deck is built well, you're going to win a lot anyways. I think that game was a wonderful display of our deck in Moltres. Yes, Moltres is strong and very consistent, and always flipping 3 coins is infinitely more consistent than something like Misty. Set a low bar. Let's pretty easy to average, pretty easy to average, one heads per. Hey, Zegna, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Well, we have Arcanine to start, but there's no Growlithe in sight. We have our Mew and Mewtwo though, which is stellar. Huh. With no Ralts here, I think I actually just build up. I think even if I hit the Growlithe, it would have been right to just build up the Mew. Because what? They go second energy, hit me. I go second energy, they go third energy, hit me. I go third energy, I clear them. They actually just can't beat Mew. Yep. Yeah, the matchup tables for this Arcanine deck are actually really favorable. Your basically only unwinnable matchup is Gyarados, and you're at least a little bit favored into most other things. Your Gyarados matchup is really bad. But the addition of Mew EX really rounded out your Mewtwo matchup and took it from being bad to being favorable, which is great. I actually think I'd completely disagree that Pidgeot is underexplored. There's quite a bit of people playing that deck / card in a lot of iterations, and I'd be surprised if it ends up being very good. I think it's just hard for Stage 2 Pokemon to be terribly consistent. All right, we want to draw Moltres or Growlithe, and then we want to Pokeball into the other to have a really strong start here. What could this deck do to help its Gyarados matchup? I don't think there's things this deck can do to help its Gyarados matchup. I think it's just a bad matchup, no matter how you slice it. Oh, so I professored research before I Pokeballed because I really wanted to draw... Really wanted to draw one of my, my what's it called? Do I start powering up Growlithe, or do I start powering up Mew? I think I start powering up Growlithe. It's close, though. How is Charizard doing in this metagame? Pretty mediocre. This card was really bad for Charizard decks because it means you can't just, like, one-shot people constantly for the rest of the game. And the Charizard deck is pretty linear, so it doesn't have a good backup plan. Well, that's rude. A little bit punished for not putting the other Mew up, I suppose. We'll X speed out here. That being said, I think we're going to be good to go here. I get to do this. I get to put this Mew on the bench to insulate against the second Sabrina. And then even if they evolve this next turn, if they evolve this and put a second energy on it, I don't think they can win the game. So I get to go Budding Expeditioner, pick this up, play Arcanine, knock out the Machoke, and then they have no energy on this one in the back. If they put their energy on Aerodactyl for the turn, we could maybe be in trouble, but if they invest in this Machoke, yeah, I think we're done here. I think we're done here. Do you think we'll see rare candy in this game? I hope not. People always, whenever I talk about cards like Pidgeot being bad, people always talk about rare candy, like it would just solve that problem. But rare candy would also serve to make Mewtwo more consistent, right? Why didn't I evolve? Because it gives my opponent information about what I'm going to do the following turn. Budding Expeditioner is a very solid Pokemon Pocket card for sure. Don't you feel Arcanine decks could use at least one potion to counteract the damage return of Arcanine? Well, the short answer to your question is I'm not playing potion in this build, so I don't think it's necessary. Generally speaking, whenever you come into any stream and you're like, do you think this card you're not playing is good? The answer is probably no. They don't think it's good. That's why they're not playing it. I'm going to Giovanni this turn to put them to 10. So that way if they potion next turn, the second Giovanni with Growlithe can still win the game. I think red card is great to have in the game, even if it's bad, to encourage people to play to the board. Counterpoint, I actually think Pokemon Pocket is infinitely more skill testing and interesting when you can actually hold back information and not be forced to vomit your hand to the board every single turn. They get some knockout points here on the way out the door, but our Growlithe's going to go ahead and clean them up here, and we'll be all done. New to Pocket here, do you get to choose the energy in your energy zone to ensure that you don't get Psychic Energy in your Mew deck? You do, Genking, yeah. Yeah, in the deck editor, you can edit which energies show up in your deck. So most Mew decks don't play Psychic Energy. When you're looking in my deck intros or like my meta report where I do a bunch of different decks, you'll note in the top left-hand corner there's different energy symbols. Those highlight which energy your deck should be playing. So it's very common for Mew decks to not play Psychic Energy, and it's very common for Druddigon decks to not play Fire Energy. I like your shirt. Thanks, Miss a lot. One of the new designs that dropped in December on Into the AM. Have like 2 to 3 additional art pieces that come out every single week. Was my question too dumb to answer? Well, one of the things about a live stream that you should be aware of in this one and lots of others is there's lots of people chatting. So I saw your second comment here, but I very clearly missed your first one. So the thing that was dumb about your interaction here was the fact that you asked if you were dumb rather than simply reposting your question. That was organically missed the first time. You shouldn't spam your question until you get an answer, but if you don't get an answer after like 3 or 4 minutes, you should just repost your same question again because it was probably missed the first time. They're powering up Tauros in the back. Is there a Pokemon you really want added to the game? Alolan Sandshrew is one of my favorite all-time Pokemon. My favorite deck to play at though, man. I really like the Hitmonlee Farfetch'd variations. This is on mobile. Yeah, Pokemon Pocket's actually only available on Android and iOS right now. So they're swapping this out because they don't want to get knocked out in one by Arcanine. We have the Giovanni to make that happen anyways. The deciding factor in this game is going to be whether or not my opponent has a Giovanni as well. My Arcanine goes down to 130 HP, so this Tauros with the Giovanni clears us on the backswing. And because I don't have Mulch Ray set up here, I don't have a follow-up attacker. So the make or break here is, do they have their own Geo? Which I wouldn't be surprised if they do have Giovanni. I think if you're playing a Tauros deck, you likely want 2 copies of Geo right now, because letting Tauros clear Mew, EX, and Celebi in one go is pretty important. So would not be surprised if they have the knockout in the game win here. But if they don't have it, they are dead, so do you got me? Nope, that doesn't do it, bud. I am going to host my first Pokemon Pocket tournament in 2025. After our next expansion drops, which is supposed to be the end of January, we're going to be hosting the first Hoaglandia tournament on February 1st, which is a Saturday. It'll be single deck best of 3, but I haven't locked in an exact format yet for Swiss or double elimination or whatnot. I need to stew on exactly what we want to do. I will communicate, though, that one hard and fast requirement that our tournament is going to have is that I'm still working on securing exactly what the prizing's going to be. There will definitely be prizes. It will probably be a mix of some amount of cash and some amount of product from various sponsors that I've worked with. One thing that will be a hard and fast requirement, though, is that you are going to be obligated to share your screen upon request. Because the reason... No, it's going to be an open entry tournament, but it's going to come with the strict requirement that you have the ability to share your screen. So if you don't have a mobile device that is capable of sharing your screen to Discord while playing Pocket, you're not going to be able to play. Because if we ask you to share your screen and you're not able to, you're not going to be eligible for prizes and you'll be dropped from the tournament. Because the goal of the tournament is to have a broadcast and have coverage for it. So if you are unable to provide us with coverage, you will not be eligible to play. Yes, if you're playing on PC, you could screen share your Android emulator as well. The Yak lives. Thank you for the 64 months. Yeah, emulator on PC is fine. Thanks for the 64 months. Welcome back. Are you going to reduce the round times and check-ins for this header? Yeah, I plan to have the check-in time be a little bit more aggressive and the round times overall be shorter. I think a lot of tournaments have them a little bit on the long side. Is red card banned in this tournament? Why would I ban a card that's terrible? No, I don't think we'll ever run custom ban list tournaments. I think those tend to not be good content. And what do you do a custom ban list? You do ones that are good, not terrible. Yeah, I think the long check-in time is a little unnecessary too. Outside of like Limitless having website issues, there's no real reason to have a really long check-in time. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect people who are playing in the tournament to be present for the tournament and be watching the screen. Yes, level 50 is the account level cap. I just don't gain experience anymore, which really sucks. Hopefully they up that soon. Did you complete all of the cards? Yeah, I've had all the cards in the game for a while. I really like playing 2 copies of Mew in this deck. I think having 2 copies of Mew makes your non-Moltres draws a lot better. You can put Mew up front and then organically build to 3 energy on Arcanine just fine. I'm using LD Player to play Pokemon Pocket on PC. If you look on the YouTube channel, there's a video of me walking through my setup to get it maximized for widescreen and stuff. By the way, to plug our stream sponsor that's been a long time one, Into the AM, they make the wonderful graphic shirt I'm wearing right now and all these ones scrolling on the banner over here. I've got a bunch of $25 Into the AM gift cards to give away in my Discord server. If you pop on in there and react to the post in the announcements channel, I'm going to pick some winners for those tonight. Into the AM's also having an end of the year sale with a bunch of discounts on a bunch of their different stuff. You want to check them out as well. Running now through January 5th. They have new designs that are dropping all the time, like my wonderful colorful space shirt here today. They do ship globally, however, some of the prices are a little bit higher in other places. Yeah, there's no region restrictions on the gift card, but I recommend checking what their shipping estimates are to wherever you're at, so you can be aware if the gift card will be useful to you or not. What a wonderful start. We actually have... I think this is the first time in like an hour we've actually had Moltres, Growlithe, and Arcanine all lined up. Lovely, lovely. We just need a Giovanni so Arcanine can clear this Mew in one. Is Mew EX the most versatile Pokemon card in the game? 100%. I think it's the singular best Mew EX card in the game right now. Psy shot. Rude. I think we just start building up the Mew, because eventually they're going to find a Mewtwo, yes. Although I suppose without the Giovanni, there could be merit to building up energy on the Moltres, so we could attack with that. I wonder, without Geo, do I retreat this Moltres to my Mew so I can wet noodle them with a Psy shot before I onrush? Probably. So they get to crack the Moltres for 70 here. Psy Shot needs Psychic Energy, or 3 Fire Energy. Oh my goodness, I just autopiloted into not being able to leaf this turn. I top decked the Giovanni though, so maybe it's fine. It was a little loose on my part overall. Hey Nathu, thanks for the 16 months, I appreciate that. Welcome back. If they don't play Mewtwo this turn, I think we're pretty well done here. Getting 2 knockout points on the Moltres is not nothing. We're probably good without Mewtwo, though. Yeah, I think we're good to go here. The Arcanine. This is one of the reasons why you definitely want to play 2 copies of Giovanni in this deck. Between Mew EX and Starmie EX and others, there's so many things where that 130 HP breakpoint is relevant. You want to make sure you can hit it as consistently as possible. And now, even if they top deck the Mewtwo and switch into it, we have Mew EX charged up, ready to go. So this game's just a lock at this point. The only way they can survive another turn is if they have exactly another copy of Mew EX and I don't draw my second copy of Giovanni. Oh yeah, that's true. With Sabrina, we also have them cleared through the Mew EX as well. It's a good shout out. This deck has such a solid Mewtwo matchup. If you could dodge Gyarados, this deck is so good into the field. What would you say is the status of Alakazam? I think Alakazam has pretty typical Stage 2 problems where it's inherently inconsistent because it's a Stage 2 Pokemon, and the payoff that you get from it isn't worthwhile to make up for the inconsistency it has. How do you guys keep motivated to make battles when there's nothing left to grind for at the moment? My number one piece of advice to you is if that you don't have fun playing your video game, you should do something else that you have fun with. If the only reason you're playing a game is because of the pennies worth of prizes they're going to give you and not because you're enjoying the experience of actually playing, you should uninstall that game. I actually think one of the most wonderful things about Pokemon Pocket is the fact that unlike a lot of other abusive, predatory mobile games, it's not making me play the game when I don't enjoy it. Pokemon Pocket has a great game here for me to enjoy and play when I want to have fun playing the game, but I don't feel like, oh, I need to log in today and I have to play because I need this nominal amount of currency. It's honestly, experiencing Pocket has made it hard to play other games that expect me to do lots of chores. Like all the weekend missions and alliance missions and things like that in Marvel Snap just don't feel great. This is my preferred build of Arcanine Mew. It's a little bit different than the ones that people are playing inside of tournaments. I really like the second copy of Mew. Not a huge fan of Potion. I like Budding Expeditioner as another way to get your lead thing out of the way. But this core is really solid. Arcanine EX with Giovanni lines up well into a lot of the field, and then Mew covers a lot of your space that other things don't. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and run some adverts. After we get back from those in 2 minutes on the Twitch side, we're going to play some of the Hitmonlee Farfetch'd Aerodactyl deck, which I'll throw up on screen here in a minute once people have a chance to look at this. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Really good advice. I was very much a player who was playing games for grinding and unlocking crap. I played Destiny 2 for 10 years, only recently broke free of that and am back to playing games for fun. For sure, Joe. It's definitely not a card game problem. It's a predatory game system problem in general. What matchups do you think Charizard EX is better than Arcanine? I don't think those really exist. The one place Charizard used to be better than Arcanine was Mewtwo, but with the addition of Mew, that's no longer the case. I think the Charizard deck is just worse than playing Arcanine with Mew at this point. I'm struggling a lot to care about High Voltage Snap right now. My current break from Marvel Snap is the first time I've taken a break, and I'm actually fully not playing games, not even off stream. I logged in to collect my gold pass, and I logged in to get the login rewards, but I'm not actually playing any games. It feels nice to just be free of my chores. My bike is made by Flexispot. You can find their Amazon links for US and Canada there. Click into the fitness section. Have you tried much Volcarona? I'd be really surprised if that card is good. I have not played with it at all, and I don't think it's likely very good. Charizard is better into Gyarados Greninja than the Arcanine deck is. I don't know that that's true. You're gonna make me look at matchup tables now. Yeah, okay. I guess that does play out as true. Charizard is still not very good against. It's still not favored, and the sample size is small, but this is less bad than the Arcanine matchup. Where's the Arcanine deck at? The Arcanine deck is abysmal against Gyarados. Charizard also not great, but less bad than this. If you want my broad thoughts on the various fighting cores, I'd recommend you check out my meta report. We're gonna play some games with this far-fetched Marshadow Hitmonlee Aerodactyl pile. There's been a few of these fighting cores with specifically Marshadow plus Hitmonlee putting up results in different variations. I talked through some of the differences in yesterday's meta review. Is there a non-EX card you would add to the Arcanine Mew deck? No, you don't want to play non-EXs in that deck. You want to make your opponent knock out 2 EX Pokemon. This is the TLDR. Our opener is absolutely quack tier. Delmai is actually a little scary. Although I suppose Marshadow lines up pretty solid there, huh? I think Melmetal is very reasonable, Wildcat. If you missed it, my Friday deck highlight was a Melmetal variation that I think is solid. I think we're just letting Farfetch'd get quacked here. Yeah, Lear, you really should watch the meta report video from yesterday. A lot of folks in chat are asking questions that are just like answered point blank verbatim inside of that video, so I'd ask that you please do me the respect of taking the time to watch that. I put it together and it has a lot of good, concise information in it. I promise to never waste your time here. So they're being cute now and not knocking out the Farfetch, so I can't Marshadow them. So now we get to retreat this and start stretch kicking the Celebi to be like, okay, you don't want to knock out my Pokemon. Let's go ahead and make this be a choice that you want to make by putting pressure onto your bench. That's why the Hitmonlee Marshadow 1-2 punch has been so solid in so many places. You get to be like, okay, you don't want to do this. We're going to force you to feel like you need to do this. Let's start powering up second Marshadow here. Yes, Hitmonlee Stretch Kick puts Celebi into Marshadow range as well, which is nice. They do have Ericas and potions though, so it can be a little bit more challenging. I definitely think the Celebi matchup is the most difficult for these fighting decks among the decks that are more popular. These decks line up pretty well into Mewtwo and Pikachu and Gyarados, but this grass deck being the fourth most popular can be a little bit of a struggle. And this builds on double potion. If they have Erica in addition to that, we're going to be in a bad way. Need to draw my copy of Giovanni to clear this Celebi. What the game's going to come down to. In general, do you never want to be cute? Should you always take the knockouts when they're available? I don't have enough experience playing this matchup from the other side, Old Man Ace, to have a strong opinion on that. I think it depends is probably the answer. So is this them setting up to attack and clear me with the other Celebi then? So that way it's at full. Is the best performing version of Celebi the one with 2 Executor EX? It is, yeah. It's another thing that I covered in the meta report yesterday. Marshadow makes people play really silly, chat. The shame I don't have room to put my other Hitmonlee out. Yeah, I kind of want to Sabrina them. Just spread damage out. So if I put the Aerodactyl up, they have 8 coins and only need 3 to clear it. I think we're probably dead here. I think this matchup's very difficult for our deck, and there's not a lot we can do about it. Our breakpoints just don't line up cleanly into anything that they're doing, and they have a bunch of Ericas to play through our smaller attackers. Yeah, this matchup is why Tauros is really good in the other build of this deck that I play that's not playing Aerodactyl. I think you generally speaking need a couple of their coins to break poorly in order to have a shot here. Wow, they're playing Giovanni. No, there's no sort of Twitch integration for Pokemon Pocket, and there likely never will be, because it's a mobile game without a PC client. Giovanni's pretty uncommon in their archetype. They usually don't have room for that and all the other stuff they want to do. Alright, live by the coin, die by the coin. Giddy up, cowboy. Fair. Man, I wonder what cards they're not playing. Are they not on to Erica? They have room for Giovanni and Sabrina, among other things. And one of the things a lot of people don't understand is that, like, you know, I know it feels bad to lose. Nobody likes to lose, but you can't fix every matchup, right? So, like, making a bunch of big structural changes to a deck to try and make its one matchup that seems kind of bad better is going to come at the cost of percentage points in other places. So, like, someone made a really silly suggestion in chat that we should cut Aerodactyl and add Machamp EX to the deck to make the Celebi matchup slightly better. But fitting an entire inconsistent stage 2 line in for the sake of making a matchup that's a bit difficult slightly better is very silly deck building principle. Abba Zabba Man, thank you for the half a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Alright, so we're looking for a copy of Farfetch'd here, so that way we can punish them not playing out a bench Pokemon. 2 shots at it. This is 50% to be a duck. Actually, just never lucky. Which variation of the Pikachu deck do you think is the best right now? You should check out my meta report video from yesterday where I talk about exactly that. Yeah, the bike chair I'm using has 8 resistance settings on it. Oh, assuredly I find a Farfetch with this research, yes. Absolutely quacked, gamers. So energy here, X speed out, hit the frog. If they evolve and clear my Farfetch'd, Marshadow clears their stage 2, and we're in a really good spot. Is there a reason to use Professor's Research before Pokeball? Yes, if I really want to draw a specific basic Pokemon out of my deck, I want to Professor's Research first, because then I'm more likely to find that basic Pokemon. I'm really surprised they put the energy on the Magikarp. So I get to Aerodactyl, which will prevent them from evolving into Greninja next turn. I get to X speed out this Farfetch and then Hitmonlee kick the Magikarp, and I think we're good to go from here. This deck's Gyarados matchup is very, very good. Yeah. You think red card could be good in Hitmonlee decks to punish them for not playing bench Pokemon? Nope. I think playing a bad card to make your card that's already good better is one of the largest deck building traps people regularly fall into. Your good card is good on its own. Don't play mediocre cards around it trying to make it slightly better. In what deck could blue be useful? Blue was highlighted in several meta decks this past weekend. Should check out the meta report video to see more about that. Was this the Arcanine deck? I think this matchup's probably challenging for this archetype too. Interested to see how it plays out here. Maybe Hitmonlee can kick Arcanine around in the back line and it could be fine. They have the X speed as well here. Missing X speed's a big deal. I'm gonna go ahead and use my Leaf this turn rather than X speed. It's notable that everything in my deck has a retreat cost of 1. We're simply playing Leaf because you want a third copy of X speed effectively. So on a turn like this where I have no other supporters, I'm happy to just go ahead and play Leaf as my copy of X speed. You think there's a viable build of Charizard? I mean, Charizard, Moltres, Arcanine is fine, but I think it's worse than playing Arcanine Mew in general. So we just want to kick this puppy enough that Marshadow can finish it off. Blue dabba-dee-dabba-die. Do-do-do-do-do. Blue and potion. Wow. Howdy, Kirdik. It'd be nice to see you as a guest caster on Urside's Pocket Weekly. I don't know how she picks people for that. My weekend times are also a little bit more limited. I have 3 small children, so usually weekends are more dedicated to family time around my house. So this stretch kick puts this to 120, which means if they Inferno Rush, they're going to 100, which puts them in Marshadow range here, which is ideal. The last game ended because the opponent felt they had no possible avenues to win the game, so they left. Pokemon Pocket is a game that's very chess adjacent in a lot of ways, where you could see how the game's going to play out over the next couple of turns if you understand the gameplay well. And a lot of the times you'll get into positions where you're like, all right, I'm dead in 3 here and there's nothing I could do. Our next energy on Marshadow here, but we're going to leave this last spot open on our bench for now because ideally I want an Aerodactyl to pop up there. So they've used 2 potions and a blue so far, none of which is going to be enough to save this from Marshadow. That being said, they're going to get to start attacking with this Moltres, and if they have a copy of Giovanni here, which seems likely, Sabrina, oh, I guess they can still retreat. This leaves me in kind of an awkward spot, huh? So if I put the Marshadow up, they clear it with the Arcanine. I think we're dead here. I don't know what our permutations of plays here are that lead to us winning this game. I think I needed a second Marshadow or an Aerodactyl EX to maybe have a shot. And I think without either of those, we're just up a creek without a paddle here. Yeah, I think we're dead. Go ahead and bounce. Nothing we can do here. Needed one of our other 2 energy Pokemon to be able to work up towards there. Why didn't you put in Hitmonlee? Because Hitmonlee was the active Pokemon. That's why they played Sabrina. What are your favorite decks to pilot? I really like these Hitmonlee Marshadow decks, Gravy. I tend to have a lot of player agency in bobbing and weaving. Have a lot of what tend to feel like satisfying in-game choices every round. To the person asking about Primeape versus Farfetch'd, I intend to play that today for sure. I have not played with it yet, but people are definitely posting success with it. This deck is weak against Sabrina if we don't have the right Pokemon on the bench. Can you tell me a deck that exists that's good against Sabrina if you don't have the right Pokemon on the bench? Because I feel like if you add don't have the right Pokemon on the bench quantifier there, you're just explaining why Sabrina is a generically good card that you should generally be playing. I was listening to another stream, and there was a block of chatter about how Pokemon is so much simpler than Magic, and touted how that was a bad thing, and the chatter also said that Pokemon was more random. Magic the Gathering players, in my opinion, are the most toxic card game players in existence, and also the most elitist. They think their game is the lowest variance, biggest brain thing you're ever going to find, when in reality, the exact opposite is true. As someone who spent 2 decades playing Magic the Gathering and spent a decade playing it competitively, in addition to a lot of other card games, the resource system in Magic the Gathering actually makes it the highest variance card game you're ever going to play. It's just the resource variance in Magic adds so much variance to their game. A lot of their other card designs don't have any variance, because if you had card variance in addition to resource variance, the game would be fully and wholly unplayable. Pokemon Pocket has an incredible amount of what we refer to as explicit variance as opposed to implicit variance. Coin flips are a good example of this. The variance that you experience in Pokemon Pocket is often very face up on the board, and you can't talk yourself out of it existing. Whereas like in a game like Magic the Gathering, you'll be 50% to draw your land the next turn, but people will be like, oh, it's not a coin flip, I just didn't draw my land. Speaking of Sabrina being a powerful card that you should be playing. Yeah, Magic has lots of constant coin flips. There's just not a literal coin flipping in front of you. You have to be good enough at games and understand statistics to understand what's happening in front of you. And if you're not good at parsing where variance is coming from, it's very easy to talk yourself into, well, Magic's not actually that random. Anonymous, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. Human beings, and especially card gamers in general, tend to be very tribalistic. They see new card games like Pokemon Pocket as a threat to the thing that they enjoy, because if they acknowledge that Pokemon Pocket is fun and reasonable and they can get enjoyment out of it, perhaps the thousands of dollars and thousands of hours they spent on Magic the Gathering was wrong and wasted. A lot of people feel it very necessary to put down other things rather than being like, hey, both these things can be good and fun. Oh, that's really interesting, because the poison kills the Farfetch. The Marshadow actually isn't lethal here, huh? That's really, really neat. I hadn't considered that. I was like, oh, the Marshadow. In my head, I was thinking the Marshadow gets to finish this year, but Revenge actually isn't triggered, because Revenge only triggers when you're knocked out by an attack explicitly. So if they draw another basic here and they have a Koga, we could actually be in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, a lot of the tribalism around games is 100% just a sunk cost fallacy. And a lot of people hear sunk costs, they think it applies purely to the money that you're spending, but I think a lot of people underestimate the sunk cost effect of how much time investment you have to have into these games as well. Do I want to Leaf to get an energy on this Marshadow? I think I'd rather research and just give up the energy if I brick on X speed, because if I find a fossil, being able to set up a fossil for this Aerodactyl would have a lot of value. And now I get to have my cake and eat it too. We bricked on the fossil, but I drew the X speed, so I get to go ahead and swap this out while still putting another energy on this second Marshadow. What are your thoughts on bigger decks and more points to win? I don't think I have an opinion on that, because I don't think they're things that are ever going to happen, so they're not really worth discussing. I think if you want to play with larger decks and more knockout points, Pokemon TCG Live is a great option to do that. Yeah, they hit their Koga here. And our lack of a fossil probably means we're in a bit of trouble here. This is actually a matchup where Aerodactyl's Primeval Law Pokemon ability is probably exceedingly relevant. Oh, do they not have Koga? Oh, if they don't have Koga, we're super done here, yeah? So I have Hitmonlee chilling. Wow, that's super unlucky. They have to be playing Koga, yes? I guess I've seen some of these builds be greedy and only play one copy. Gosh, I am so bad at drawing Amber's chat. The real reason why I've been most successful with the all basics build of this deck is because I'm not lucky enough to draw evolution Pokemon. Holy. I guess us never having an Amber makes up for them never having a Koga, right? Think they'll add a ranked mode to this game? I hope not. I think the lack of ranked in Pokemon Pocket makes it a lot more enjoyable. I think a lot of people don't understand that simple rules in a game doesn't mean the game is simple. Too many people confuse the terms complexity and depth. So Pokemon Pocket does not have a lot of surface level complexity. It's a very easy game to learn and understand the basics of, but it has a good bit of depth in the amount of sequencing and choices that you make inside of the games being things that are relevant. Chess is a good example of a game that is very simple at a surface level, but also has a ton of depth inside of it. I don't believe the opponent has any outs at this point. With the old Amber draw finally, which you're bound to have eventually. I would be very surprised if they added resistances as a mechanic. Oh, did Sabrina Marshadow win there? I think you're right. I wasn't counting on the weakness. All roads lead to Rome here, but you're right. I could have won last turn. Must be allergic to these terrible misplays I'm making. Hitmonlee and Marshadow really make people make incredibly questionable choices. They're very different cards to play against than a lot of the things you run into in Pokemon Pocket. I like the Melmetal deck we played the other day a lot. If you missed it, you can catch the highlights of it in a YouTube video after the fact to make a judgment for yourself. It's doing a lot of things that are very reasonable in the format. Pick up our last knockout point here. Hey, Silver Oak, thanks for the almost 3.5 years of support. Really appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, I want to do one more set with this deck, and then I think maybe we'll try the Primate build for a little bit. We need to take a brief pause for the cause and run some adverts, though, to pay the bills in the meantime. I'll throw the deck list up on screen. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. As always, we're going to take a brief break while the ads roll, because I think it's incredibly rude to have those go over the top of gameplay, so that'll never happen here. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. And the YouTube side's popping today, too. We got 900 on Twitch and 600 over on YouTube. Not bad. Would this be considered a tempo deck? I think it's probably the closest thing Pocket has to a tempo deck for sure. Just like good, efficient attackers that can run people down and make them play awkward. Why do you think Pidgeot EX is bad, but Machamp EX is playable? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoever said Machamp EX is playable? Don't put words in my mouth, my dear gamer. Thanks, Yeti. Yeah, I played Magic for like 2 decades. I played it very competitively for a long time. I don't think any of the decks that rely on a stage 2 for their primary attacker are very good in Pokemon Pocket right now. It's not a mistake that the best stage 2 deck, i.e. Mewtwo, uses the stage 2 in a supplementary role as opposed to their primary offensive role. Do one more session on the bike here before we stand up as well. Get our cardio in this morning. Thanks, Monkey. What was my best Magic the Gathering tournament accomplishment? I held the incredibly coveted title of most SCG Open top 8s without a win. I had something like an incredible, like 26% conversion rate where like 1 out of 4 tournaments I entered, I made the single elimination rounds, but I also never managed to win one. Incredibly consistent, bad at closing. Someone asked if we could show the bike. Yeah, this is the FlexiSpot bike that I use. Overweight white man and adorable toddler not included. That being said, I've looked at my audience demographics. I am confident many of you can provide your own overweight white man at home. Hey, Righty, thanks for re-upping for the 2nd month. Thanks for the deck list and good community vibes. Thanks for being a part of it. I'll have you know I'm an overweight black man. I think overweight black man is a fine substitution for overweight white man in this instance. Very, very applicable. Minor Shriner, thank you for the 10 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I was always wondering why you were dancing in the chair. Yeah, when you see this headrest behind me, it means I'm pedaling. I try to do like 90 minutes or so of pedaling in my morning streams. Yep. Sounds good. Sounds good. I want to kick your frog. One snoot boop for the reptile. Sorry, frogs are technically amphibians, right? Someone brought this up last time. I called it a reptile. This is approximately how the average Gyarados matchup goes for these fighting decks. If you want to get free wins here, if they are the freest of wins. Like I talked about in the meta report from yesterday, while the Gyarados deck certainly has the stats to be tier 1, it has the most polarized matchup table of any deck in Pokemon Pocket short history. It basically doesn't have any close 50-50 matchups. It either dumpsters or gets dumpstered absolutely everywhere. How is this deck's Pikachu matchup? Really solid. This deck list is heavily favored against Gyarados. It's a little bit favored against Pikachu. It's a little bit of a dog against Mewtwo. It's a little bit of a dog against Celebi. So against the four most popular things, you've got a pretty even matchup spread, with one being strongly favored for you. Hey, Zachariah, thanks for hanging out. Good morning, good morning. Jeff, what do you think they could do to help make Stage 2 decks as a primary attacker better? I don't know. I play a lot of games, but I'm really not a game designer, so I like to leave questions on design things like that up to the people who are professionals whose job it is to figure these things out. Hoping to find a Farfetch'd here. Although if we brick on Farfetch, we could Hitmonlee stretch kick the routes. Which I think is the line. Can I get your thoughts on a deck idea, 2x Dragonite and then Raichu? I think it's very difficult to play something like Raichu in a deck that's 2 colors. Dragonite's 2-color inconsistency is just a pretty tough thing to overcome. The problem here is Mew is super effective against Hitmonlee and clears it in 2 hits. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, sure. I'm actually pretty happy for Marshadow to take a hit here, I think. I think I'm playing out a second copy of Hitmonlee here, so that way if they Sabrina me again, it's a little awkward if I draw Farfetch, because then I can't play it out and put it up, but I think this is right. I suppose the Marshadow taking a hit here means if they have Gardevoir, they could use Mew to stretch kick it twice. What do you like the most about Pokemon? I really like that Pokemon Pocket has very chess-adjacent gameplay, in that you get rewarded for being able to understand how the game's going to play out over a course of turns and then navigating it to your advantage. Them not having Gardevoir or Potion here is huge. Team my first energy up on this old Amber, I think. Then we're going to go ahead and stretch kick and finish this Krylia. And then if they knock out this Hitmonlee with the Mew, I can put the Marshadow up and start cracking the Mew, which is nice. Yeah, they're gonna kick my Marshadow. Huh? Man, and then I drew the Farfetch too. I guess I want to just work down this Mewtwo, huh? If I hit the Mewtwo with 2 stretch kicks, hitting the Mewtwo with 2 stretch kicks means that Aerodactyl with Giovanni clears it, but that's 2 specific cards I have to draw. It feels bad that they've had 2 Pokeballs in a research and we have none. Their deck is so much smaller than ours. Hey, well, there's the Giovanni. How do we feel about switching this Hitmonlee out so that way they can't clear it in one with Psyshot? I think I like it. Get one more stretch kick in here, and then we'll start putting pressure on this Mew up front, I think. They're gonna break Amber. Maybe. They could go after that, but I've got 2 researches and 2 Aerodactyls. There's a decent chance we draw it before they could do that, right? But you're right. They could just go after the old Amber here, and if we brick, we could be in trouble. They have Giovanni to clear the Hitmonlee here. They do not. Aerodactyl is lethal, gamers. That feels good. Giovanni is such a good Pokemon pocket card. Hitmonlee chewing up things while they're on the bench. Also incredibly strong. Flared 2-star Aerodactyl looking glorious here. CO Twitch, thank you for the 76 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. What do you think about this deck? I really like these fighting cores. Yeah, we're gonna play this Farfetch'd build until the next ad break in about 25 to 30 minutes, and then after we take our next break, we're gonna try the Primate Aerodactyl build, so I can hopefully get a little bit of a feeling for if I like the Duck or the Stage 1 better. Just as a general comment towards chat, you are always welcome to offer pointed and constructive criticism of things I or my opponent could do better. Just saying things like my opponent is bad or my opponent made mistakes without articulating why you feel that way is just kind of obnoxious and hateful, and it's not something that's welcome in my chat, so please don't do it. I went 2-2 in the tournament that I played, Rand. When you're missing a card from a pack is the best strategy to get it waiting on a wonder pick. The best strategy is being lucky and alternatively not being unlucky. Yeah, I think I want to lead on Duck against Psychic Energy most of the time. I think because I have a spread of basics already, I'm going to Pokeball before I research, because I really just want to draw my Aerodactyl Amber. So the logic on the sequencing here with Pokeball and research is if you want to draw multiple basics, you want to research first, but if you are looking for non-basics that you can't Pokeball into, you want to Pokeball first. So that's fantastic. I'm going to put Mars Shadow out. I think I'm going to wait on this last bench slot to kind of see how the board develops. It could be right to play this, but there's also a world where playing the other Farfetch'd out could have value. So what's the back and forth look like here between my opponent and I? I attach energy and leak slap them. They hit me for 50. I get a second energy. I leak slap them again. If they end up having a Giovanni, I get into a little bit of trouble for putting my first energy up here. But if they don't have Giovanni, putting this energy on here is quite good. So I think it's worth doing in this instance. Most of these Mewtwo decks only have room to play one copy of Giovanni, and my opponent's only 8 cards in, so... unlucky. So the problem is they're pretty likely to have Gardevoir next turn. I think we just have to hope they don't have the Gardevoir on top of having the Giovanni. I could technically play to drawing my Giovanni as an out, but I only have one copy of that in this build, which is one of the downsides to playing Aerodactyl over more basics, is you have less utility trainers. If they have Gardevoir, we're just torched here. Those are the games you're just gonna lose sometimes. The opponent had first energy advantage, they had their Gardevoir as soon as they could, and they had their Giovanni to break our lead Farfetch'd. If any of those three things, too often people evaluate matchups just based purely on whether or not they won or lost, and they don't think about the things that happened inside of them, right? So when I look at that game, if any of those three things, none of which are super likely to happen, don't happen, that game breaks very differently. So it's not a game where I feel it necessary to change my deck so much as it's just like, hopefully when we play this matchup, one of those three things breaks in our favor next time. Hey, Archer, good to have you back for some Pocket. I've been enjoying Pocket a lot. It's been a ton of fun. They are a water deck. We'll lead on Hitmonlee, I think. Gardevoir on curve is typically hard to beat no matter what. I mean, that last game's a good example of why I think this deck is so good though, right, Tim10? We would have beaten their Gardevoir on curve had we had first energy advantage or they didn't have Giovanni, right? So like if we were beating their best possible start under a lot of situations, that's probably something that bodes well for our deck overall. All right, we're really hoping to find an X-Speed or a Leaf next turn, so I can pull this Hitmonlee back while building up Marshadow. They could also alternatively just not have Frogadair, but because they have Frogadair here, I'm going to need an X-Speed, I think. Pass for a turn, I think. Good tempo Sabrina, I guess. I guess playing the Amber out is bad if they have their Greninja. Well, they just don't have it. Okay, so we got a real shot. I assume we're going to see a retreat to the Drudagon here. I'm so bad at putting Aerodactyl together, gamers. Just never done it in my life. At least they're bricking on their Greninja as well, I suppose. If I hit Aerodactyl here, we're actually in a pretty decent spot, because I get to Hitmonlee, kick this one off the bench, and then they can't evolve their Greninja in the active slot. Statistically, that's an Aerodactyl a lot of the time. 2 hits and 9 cards. Never been lucky in my life. Why would I start now? Well, maybe they'll continue to brick as well, huh? They have 2 Greninjas in 8 cards with 2 research, though, so they're gonna have to be pretty unlucky. Oh, should I have killed the full health frog? Yeah. Yeah, I should have. I wasn't thinking about that. Like 10 out of 10 should have just put the Marshadow up. Yeah. Yeah. Still can't. I cannot. You can only retreat once per turn. Does Rough Skin activate from the bench? It does not. Alright, so they're basically guaranteed to have a Greninja at this point, but they'll have to retreat to get it out, so they can't hit us for 60 this turn. Rough Skin explicitly says if this Pokemon is in the active spot. Oh my goodness. Their Greninjas are literally the bottom 2 cards of their deck. Holy. Imagine being that unlucky. Tragic for them. Can we lose this game? This is my last Hitmonlee? And they get to kill it this turn? We could lose this game, yeah? I only have one knockout point? My slop on killing the weaker Greninja first definitely could come back to bite us here. Sometimes punished, yep. Oh, did I just put up the wrong card? I've just been nothing but slops this game. Actually, nothing but slops. Slacker, thank you for the 80 months. Or take a reset here. Opponent deserves that one way more than we do. They were very unlucky and played well, and I played pretty poorly. For people asking about other stat content, I really can't make other stat videos if I'm not playing stat myself. I'm just not a good source of information for you if I'm not playing the game, so no, I don't really intend to make any Snap content. My plan is to maybe dip back into Snap when Twitch drops happen for that game again, but in the short term, I was going to focus on Pocket. It's been more fun and less frustrating. Throw Hitmonlee out here. I mean, honestly, I think I'm just going to put the energy on the old Amber here, because if I hit Leaf or X speed, I'm going to evolve the Aerodactyl and start cracking, yeah? You can hit a different 80 HP Pokemon. Wait, am I supposed to just let them hit the Aerodactyl? They can't Giovanni me, right? Yeah, LOL. We're supposed to just let them hit the Aerodactyl. Things. So they need 2 bench Pokemon now. They notably can't evolve into Greninja because of the Aerodactyl. Yeah, my instinct on the quick retreat to the Marshadow is that I didn't want to let them mark damage on my Fossil, but because they played the Sabrina, they can't play Giovanni, so it's right to put the Fossil up and just clear them out. Are there any stats out there for going first versus going second? Nope. It's situational. I mean, it's definitely objectively true that a majority of the decks in Pokemon Pocket prefer to go first by a big margin. Hopefully we get more Executor-style designs that reward you for wanting to go first. This is a place where Aerodactyl is going to actually be pretty good here. It's going to stop this Mankey from evolving on turn 2, which is nice. Yes, first energy advantage is what I mean by having the advantage. When I say first, it is implied first energy advantage is the beneficial thing for a lot of decks right now. Aerodactyl seems like it's the king of these fighting mirror matches. It clears most things on both sides in one. If we hit an X speed, this Farfetch clears the Mankey. Nice. Yeah, I think the Farfetch build probably has a leg up in the mirror. We're also going to be favored because we have the Aerodactyl here, but Farfetch'd is really good against, this promo Mankey. Yeah, Weezing is the card other than Executor EX that really likes to go first. Yeah, they're just done here. I think a lot of people undervalue how many games you get by having Farfetch and just cracking people for 40 consistently early. Obviously, they're not all as extremely polarized as that, but even having first energy advantage against Mewtwo and having Farfetched as your lead puts you in an incredible spot in that matchup. Farfetch. Farfetch is an incredibly good Pokemon Pocket card. I believe it's Reach level 250. Let me take a peek. Yeah, it says Reach level 250. I have 3 people that did that. Gyarados to gobble. Nom 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 nom. And a duck. This hand is quacked, chat. Holy. We have it all. Old Amber, are they playing the cutesy Chatot build of Gyarados? There's no way that build ever beats us, yeah? Let's see, huh? They could just discard this, but I'm gonna put an energy on Hitmonlee at some point, so might as well force them to discard it sooner rather than later. This deck list is these fighting decks are exactly the style of deck that I think are excellent to bring to tournaments. The fact that you have relatively free wins against the Gyarados decks, and you have good counterplay and can maneuver in even your harder matchups, is exactly the type of thing you want to be playing if you're a skilled TCG player. I am not intending to play the non-Aerodactyl fighting decks today. I like the build that I have of that. I want to try these other builds so I can get a feel for if I like them better or not. What if you suck at TCGs? I'd recommend playing Mewtwo or Gyarados if you suck at TCGs. Decent start for us here. Get our Fossil down. I'm going to slide Marshadow out here, too. So if they Sabrina me, I don't have to put the old Amber up. I'll vibe on the Farfetch for the time being. Electabuzz implies this is likely the Raichu version of Pikachu, but they could also just be brewing with Lieutenant Surge, so we'll see. Our evolution right away, and I'm going to go ahead and put an energy on the Aerodactyl here. So that way if we top deck X-Speed or Leaf, we can go ahead and put this up and crack the Electabuzz next turn. Thoughts on Pikachu? I think Pikachu's probably the best deck in the format, but it's not the best deck by a very significant margin. Both Gyarados and Mewtwo have pretty good stats around it too. Just stretch kick this thing because it's hyper annoying. We know they can't evolve it, so if we mark 30 damage on this and they don't have a potion, it's just like a knockout point sitting on the bench waiting to happen. This is weak to lightning, yeah? Awkward. Electabuzz and Zebstrika. I wonder if they're not a Pikachu deck. So Giovanni would let them clear the Aerodactyl here, but they're going to get to clear it off my bench anyway, so might as well get it in and get a knockout. Our opponent really wants to never lose to Gyarados, for sure. Big Thundershock coin here. Survey says. And that brick means we're going to go ahead and be done here. We get to go ahead and Sabrina up this Zebstrika and clear it out. And then we have Marshadow ready to go to clean up whatever they knock out the Aerodactyl with. Hey, Melodic, thank you for the over 4 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. What bad matchups does this deck have? You're a little bit unfavored against Mewtwo, and you're a little bit unfavored against Celebi. You're very good against Gyarados, you're pretty good against Pikachu. Your top 4 matchup spread. Can you recommend any decks for new players? I'd recommend building decks with the good cards that you opened. It's kind of hard for me to know which cards you have available to you in your collection. It depends on which packs you prioritize opening to start, and then which cards you open out of those packs. Feels like it's bad on paper into Arcanine. Yeah, I could see that, but I also don't think that that deck's popular enough to really consider it in my matchup tables. That could change, but for now, it's not super relevant yet. All right, chat, who would win? Genetically engineered Pokemon perfection or one quacky boy? My money's on the duck, personally. Depends on if they have Giovanni. I mean, even if they have Giovanni here, with me having first energy advantage, they're gonna get quacked twice, and then Marshadow's gonna finish him off. So, I think when we have first energy advantage, whether or not they have their often singleton Geo doesn't really matter in this matchup. Now, if they have Gardevoir on curve and Leaf to retreat back to their other Mewtwo, we could maybe be in trouble. That's a few things that have to break right for them. And if we quack them even one more time here, we'll get to put them in range of being cleared by a Hitmonlee kick from the back line, which would be nice. What do we think of Sabrina-ing to soften something else up? I can't decide if that's good or not. I think it's good. With the Giovanni draw, I like it. Because the Giovanni draw means if they put 2 energy on this and Psy-Sphere me, I can clear this with Marshadow, barring no potion, no blue. And then we just need to draw Aerodactyl in order to clear out this Mewtwo. So I just need an Aerodactyl in 2 draws. The upside to hitting this one again would be that it would be in range of a Hitmonlee down the line. But I kind of like this setup here. Oh my goodness, I just played Research instead of Giovanni. Fuck me. Oh, man. I've been a few autopilot mistakes like that this morning. I think that means we're just dead, yeah. Rats. That's fine. We're dead. It's one of those things where you're just like, oh, I'm supposed to draw my cards before I do the thing. Look at all my cards and have all my options, but then I can't do the other thing. You've never heard Jeff curse before. That's because you've never watched me play Marvel Snap. I really want to draw my fossil, so we're going to Pokeball before we research. Play out some friends here, and we'll get ready to get stretchy into this Geodude. Thanks for the super chat, William. By the way, to the folks on the YouTube side, there were some people asking last week about memberships. Memberships are live on the YouTube side if you want to support directly every month there now. I got that set up over the weekend. What is the best non-Celebi Executor EX deck? You know, I don't really know the answer to that question. It's either Victory Bell, which will be my deck highlight on the Pocket channel here soon, or it's some kind of two-color amalgamation, I would wager. So the ideal setup here is that we get enough damage on this Golem, so that way, by the time it gets to their active spot, we can finish it with Mars Shadow. Is Venu not good in this metagame? Venusaur has never been good. Could maybe be good at some point in the future, but color me skeptical. Do memberships on the YouTube side give you access to the Discord server? I should set that up, yes. I'll make a note to do that today. Do I want to X speed and quack them with the duck, or do I want to Sabrina and stretch kick again? If I crack them with the duck, they go to 80 and they're taking 30 less, which means Mars Shadow still doesn't clear them. So I think I just want a Sabrina because I don't have another supporter to use this turn. And this way they have to have another leaf in order to attack me. And if they don't have the leaf, they're super far behind. And even if they do have the leaf, Mars Shadow into Aerodactyl EX is probably enough to drag us across the finish line. So they get to clear Hitmonlee, but then that takes their energy for the turn if they don't top deck Leaf. And we're going to clear the Golem, and they're left with no other attackers. Well, they have X speeds. They do get to start building up second Golem here. The question is, are they going to be able to get that online before we can clear things out with the rest of our friends? So guard press means they take 30 less damage, but Mars Shadow's dealing 100, so 70 is enough to clear here. The Giovanni meant we were good even through like a potion, which is nice. I think I'm not playing out another bench Pokemon, because if I draw another Hitmonlee, I would like the flexibility to start beating up this Geodude, I think. accidentally clicked through playing their energy there. It's a mistake that could cost him. They play both Brocks. They have not. Only one Brock. Research. We'll go ahead and... Do I want to play out second Aerodactyl? Feel like I probably do. I'm gonna leave myself the flexibility on a Hitmonlee still. There's only one card in my deck, and it's guaranteed to be it. Yeah. If they don't have their second Graveler, they're dead to the Sabrina here. And if they do have the Graveler, they're probably still in trouble. Because if they put the Graveler up, we switch into Farfetch'd and quack them with that to start. This is kind of how the Golem deck goes. It gets its big thing set up, and if you have a way to answer its big thing, it just dies. And that's why its performance fell very flat. All right, we're going to take a brief pause for the cause and run the ad break. We're going to play some Primeape Aerodactyl when we return. If you want to see all these different Marshadow Hitmonlee fighting variations, I covered them in the meta report on the YouTube side yesterday. I know I like the all basic build. I want to try out these various Aerodactyl builds with stage 1s and see how they feel. So we're going to take these 20 cards for a spin when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. You're watching on the YouTube side, but have done so already, consider tapping that like button. Free way for you to help support the stream with a little engagement. Have an advert over there as well. All right, we're going to pedal for 2 more minutes, then we're going to stand up. This is the deck you'll play in a tournament. I think I'm going to play one of these fighting decks. I don't know which one yet. I like the Hitmonlee Marshadow stuff. How's this game progressing? Haven't been out in a minute. The new mini expansion they launched added a ton of diversity to the format. We're no longer in a big 3 metagame where there's 3 decks that are just better than everything else. What tournament are you playing? And there's one tomorrow morning early. We're going to do an early stream so I can play in it. And then there's some other things throughout the course of the week. Signed up for something on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday to play in on stream. Is that promo Mankey or original Mankey? Neither. It's the Mankey from the new expansion. Flips a coin to deal 50. What's early? It fires at 6 a.m. my time tomorrow, Ben. You can check out the bike chair that I use on Amazon there. They're one of my stream partners, Flex the Spot. It's a nice piece of hardware. Looks something like this. It's not bad. This is an old picture at this point, though. This is me about 55 pounds ago. Or a little bit more trim than that now. Speaking of our stream sponsored, I'd like to give a shout out to Into the AM, one of our long-term sponsors that makes the wonderful graphic t-shirts you always see me wearing. I'm going to be doing a giveaway for some $25 Into the AM gift cards. I have like 10 of them. I'm going to be handing out in my Discord server. You just need to join and react to the post in the announcements channel with the emoji that's there. And I'll be picking winners for that tonight. If you want some free excellent clothing, be sure to jump on in and enter. Let's try some Primate Pup. I'm skeptical that a stage 1 feels better than Farfetch. Maybe I could be convinced with some gameplay. I won one of your last giveaways for Into the AM, and I can say they're some of my most comfortable shirts. Truly, it is hard for me to wear other brands of clothing. Premium clothing material is a lovely experience. So we're giving out variants, Mankey, a try here. Flip a coin, deal 50 for 1. Yeah, I've thought about doing some before and after shots on the bike, but I also think I might try and cut like another 10 pounds or so this year, so let's see how that goes, I think, to start. Speaking of how things go, could we draw an X speed here and Hitmonlee up this Magikarp? Never lucky, Rubber Ducky. I'm actually gonna wait to play the Hitmonlee out because I don't want them to know it's coming. It could impact how they play the game. How many decks do you use in tournaments? All the tournaments that I make time to play in are single deck best of 3. I don't personally enjoy multi-deck tournament settings. Kyuden, thank you for the 2 years of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. They have the Gyarados. I think we just get kicking, yeah? Carrington, thank you for the 69 months. What a nice resub and the very generous tier 3. I appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, Gyarados. Foot, meat, face. Let's go. I think Sabrina there might have been correct. Instead of just telling me, you think I made the wrong play, articulate yourself. Explain why you think your line is better. Help me understand instead of just telling me I did something wrong. Huh? Dude, do they have Vaporeon here? They have Vaporeon here. I think we're dead. The washout builds of Gyarados with other attackers are significantly less bad against these fighting decks. Yeah, I think there's a good chance we're dead here. Yeah, if they have a copy of Leaf, we're just dead. Yeah, I'm gonna be curious to see if the metagame around the Gyarados decks develops a little bit more, Because the matchup data says these Vaporeon builds of Gyarados are very bad into the Greninja build, but the Greninja build just gets hard countered so heavily. Yeah, GG opponent. It's also worth noting that this particular build of the fighting deck that we're playing only has one copy of Hitmonlee in it because it's making room to play 2 Stage 1 Pokemon. So playing Primeape is really not free. Hey, Delving, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate the third of a year. Welcome back. What a username throwback. Is there a viable Gengar deck at the moment? There is not. Gengar is just not a very good Pokemon pocket card. Stage 2 Pokemon are inherently inconsistent, so if you're going to play them and have them be remotely serviceable, they need to be offering a bigger payoff than Gengar does once it gets into play. I think if they don't play out any bench Pokemon here, we just like Aerodactyl plus put an energy on it. Honestly, even if they play out a bench Pokemon, I think I'm just building towards Aerodactyl. Hey, congrats, Kyuden. Having Aerodactyl in the mirror match seems like it's correct. You just clear all their stuff in one. It's a bit Pokemon ability isn't remotely relevant, but you're happy to just like murder down their board very quickly. You may have my Marshadow. I don't want to let them put 50 on the Aerodactyl because I want it to survive a revenge hit from Marshadow. Full shiny boy, ready to land crush his way to victory. I think because the opponent didn't have an X speed or leaf to retreat their Marshadow, this game's probably done. They had to give up an energy and our Aerodactyl is ready to go and they've just got no one set up to attack with. Aerodactyl having the same expected damage as Marowak EX but not having any coin flips is nice. Completely agree. definitely looking for evolution Pokemon here with our professor's research, so we're going to go ahead and use our Pokeballs first, so our research is more likely to find us what we're looking for. The Marshadow draw here, those are actually all the basics out of our deck at this point. I'll leave my last bench spot for an Aerodactyl for the time being. Mankey focuses up and gets to monkey around here, which is nice. All of these fighting decks always play 2x speeds. In fact, these decks like retreating their Pokemon for free so much, a lot of them play a single copy of Leaf as well. Time to get kicky, gamers. I think our lose condition in this matchup is them getting a Golem going, so I'm going to go ahead and just start pounding on the Graveler here in the back. I love the decision points in games like these. Marshadow is easily one of the most interesting cards to be added in this newest expansion. I just love all the choices playing these two cards together gives both players. They force so many lines where you're like, man, I would never do this in literally any other situation, but it's probably right here. Stay stretchy, gamers. Gonna put Graveler up? We're putting Marshadow up. Okay. You around here? That's a wonderful draw, because it's going to give me a bigger attacker to switch into here. I think I want to go ahead and punch this. So that way, if they evolve plus have a Brock, I can clear it with Marshadow. Oh, the Geo gave us a breakpoint. Good call. Yeah, that was, well... Don't let their Marshadow come up? That's probably fine. I think all roads are leading to Rome here. We'll see. I think I want to clear the Marshadow in the back here. Oh my god, I didn't attach my energy. I've been playing really quick and sloppy today. It's not been a good scene. If I knocked out that, they would have put up the Marshadow and cleared the other one. Yeah, the Giovanni was probably ideal. Aerodactyl will prevent the Golem evolve. I mean, they don't really want to Golem the active one, so I don't think the Aerodactyl really matters at this point. And now this is their second knockout point, so my Marshadow doesn't matter anymore. And this deck's actually not playing... This deck's actually not playing a second Hitmonlee, so I don't have flexibility to kick more things in the back once we lose the first one. I think we might be okay here regardless because of Aerodactyl's ability, because they can't put up the Golem right away and hit with it, and none of their things threaten to knock out. I think we win here in spite of my mistake. Oh, second Drudagon changes that though. Second Drudagon means that they have Leaf. Second Leaf, we could be in trouble. Lethal on board. That's not true. It's a shame I don't have another Hitmonlee. Or Denta, Leaf Graveler now. Or Leaf Golem, sorry. Aerodactyl has to take a hit here. GG, opponent. I messed up when I missed the Geo line. Opponent navigated this game well. Oh my goodness. Sorry. LOL. Navigated it well right up until that point. Imagine losing to the Aerodactyl flavor text. Listen, chat, sometimes instead of playing Pokemon cards, you play football and you punt the ball back and forth. Sometimes the better player wins, sometimes the least bad player wins. Mistakes were made. A comedy of errors all around. The opponent retreated to their Graveler before evolving it, and then they couldn't evolve it to Golem while it was in the active spot for people who weren't paying attention and missed it. Here's an interesting... Oh, it doesn't show up side by side. Is this better? Okay, so they've updated the verbiage on pack points to remove the implication that they'll expire at some point, which seems relevant, yeah? So this is what it used to say. If the availability period for a given booster pack ends, its pack points will no longer be available for exchange. And it doesn't say anything about that now. This is the new verbiage. Opening booster pack gives of a given expansion earns you pack points for that expansion only. That's good clarification, because there was some confusion on that when the new set was dropping. It's a nice clarification there. It's good clarification, but I don't think it's a functional change. It is not a remotely functional change, but it does kind of clarify plans for the future gap, that those points will never expire. The original verbiage gave the implication that at some point the pack points will no longer be available. It just didn't clarify when. I don't think they're ever going away. I think that verbiage explicitly left themselves the flexibility to have that be an option gap. A baby Mankey getting knocked out from a single Celebi heads seems a little scuffed. Ooh, Celebi playing Mew EX as a supporting attacker. That's interesting. Let's go digging for our stage 1 here, huh? Never lucky rubber ducky. I'm truly not fortunate enough to play stage 2 Pokemon. To play evolution Pokemon, chat. No, Mew EX isn't Celery in Star Deck. I see Articuno everywhere on the ladder, but never in tournaments. Do people just like the card? Yeah, mostly. It's a high roll deck, and people enjoy gambling, is the TLDR on the Articuno deck. Hey, Expendable. I'm glad you enjoy the Hooglandia Discord. Thanks for the 6 months of support. Welcome back. Morning, good morning. Or afternoon now in the cornfields, I suppose. Hey, Racky, to claim a free gift sub from the Candy Crush promo, slide into my DMs on your platform of choice. I'll get you hooked up after the stream. You need to send me a screenshot of your account at the appropriate level. Right on time, Primate. Welcome to the party. Thanks for joining. Is there a superior in my future? Statistically very dead. Need them to go 1 out of 6 here to have a chance. I suppose there's a world where they go and knock us out, and then we top deck our other Mankey and get in for 50 and clear this to have a shot, but definitely not looking good for our hero here. All right, and that puts us on the 0%er, I assume, unless they full brick here. I think we'll be doing viewer-submitted decks on Friday, Jared, is my plan. Or maybe after one of the tournaments this week, depending on how the tournaments go. But today I'm going to be playing decks that I want to play. I'm not sure what I want to play tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie, gamers, as someone who's played a lot of the far-fetched builds of this fighting deck, I'm currently very whelmed by this Primeape deck. I miss my duck a good deal. The inconsistency of having your primary aggressive attacker be a stage 1 does not feel great compared to the duck. Having fewer overall basic Pokemon also doesn't feel great. Mankey dying in one hit to Mewtwo Psysphere is also a big downside compared to Farfetch'd. Although if we hit the Primeape, it lives one at least. You like the Tauros build or the Aerodactyl builds of the Marshadow deck? I don't know that I have a strong preference between the two. I think the Aerodactyl builds are better in the mirror, but the Tauros Mew seems better against Mewtwo and Celebi. So it probably just depends on what you want to hedge. As is often the case in card games, things aren't strictly better, strictly worse comparisons. They're situationally better, situationally worse. I wonder if I'm ever supposed to put the first energy on the Aerodactyl here and then X speed into it. That's probably the line, actually. Well, if I could manage to hit even a single heads with this Focus Fist, or draw the Primeape, we clear with 50 into 80, which is nice. It's worth noting that had this been a Farfetch'd, it both wouldn't be getting knocked out on the next Psy shot, and it would have dealt more damage here. As a core aspect of the Gyarados deck is successful Misty, not at all. The deck is good in large part because it just builds up behind its Strudagon wall. And then we can't ever win the game from here, right? They have their Gardevoir online and they have their Mewtwo. We don't have anything that survives. I actually just sat down to start running some numbers and draw some theoretical situations about what Pocket looks like 4 or 5 expansions in if trading's not good. The off the cuff measure though is trading's gonna need to be very reasonable for the economy in this game to not be a complete disaster a year from now. All right, we're gonna take a brief pause for the cause and run some adverts, and I'm gonna run and grab some lunch for myself. I gotta say, though, we're gonna do one more set with this at least, but so far I'm pretty unimpressed with this compared to the Farfetch build so far. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna grab my lunch, subscribers, so BRB for a minute while I do that. Barbecue sauce flatbread with some caramelized onions and peppers on top for dinner last night. Got an extra one for lunch. Shout out to HelloFresh for always having the most wonderful meals. Well, Banky Primeape X Speed here clears this Eevee before it can evolve, which is pretty good. I needed 2 specific cards to win the game. I had them. My opponent red carded me, and I still have them. What a really good Pokemon Pocket card that definitely makes your deck better. It's incredible how bad people are at this game and the cards they play. Such a terrible card statistically. It's wild to me that people were ever playing it to begin with and still are. If you haven't seen the video on the red card math, you should really sit down and watch it. It's pretty eye-opening. Significant portion of the time it doesn't do anything. Hey, Forklift, thank you for the almost 5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Man, going first in the Mankey Mirror is real good, huh? Correct, even? Put up my Pokemon I want to evolve into Concede is always an LOL. Hey, Ant-Man, thank you for the 17 months. I have had a solid end of the year. Nova, thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate the almost 2 years of support. Welcome back. Fighting stuff is definitely the flavor of the week. A lot of mirrors today. I don't think I want second Amber on my bench. I guess if I put 2 Ambers out, I could have discarded the one that they stretch kicked and then evolved the other. Yeah, that was the line. In fact, I think I'm gonna go ahead and discard this one and play this other one out now. Because I don't want to evolve into an 80 hit point Aerodactyl. I want to be a 110 hit points. That way they need Giovanni to clear it with Marshadow. So we clear Hitmonlee. They use Mars Shadow to clear Primeape, and then Aerodactyl clears Mars Shadow, and we're in a pretty good spot. I've talked about it before, Kanzua, but I actually think the fact that there's self-selection for which queue you're going to play in when you queue up for Pokemon Pocket is very silly. There shouldn't be a beginner versus experience. It should just be MMR based on your account. It's very, very silly idea to let people self-select what their experience is. It's just something that should be tracked on the back end. Oh, you know, maybe I'm not supposed to play this out, because I kind of want to play this too, but I also want to leave slot for a Mankey. Or for a Hitmonlee. Yeah, I should have played the Amber instead of the Mankey. Now I'm just going to chill. Alright, can we hit heads here? Probably dead. Someone asked for bot lookups for Pokemon Pocket cards. The person that maintains the chat bot I use does not currently have bandwidth to do that, no. It's also kind of messy and complicated since there's multiple cards with the same name in this game. And Mankey is kind of the perfect example, right? You type exclamation point Mankey in chat. Which of the three Mankeys should it give you? And how do you identify which is which to ask people to pick between them? I gotta be honest, chat. This Primeape build really isn't feeling very good to me. I like the duck build a lot better, I think. Anky's trying to sell me on the sweet sauce. An overlay is 100% the way to go. Pokemon Pocket will likely never have an automated overlay. Mobile games don't offer the information you need to make that possible. Need a proper desktop client. So, Barra, you should really go watch my red card video, because I talk about the situations and talk about why the logic you're putting through there is bad. But the big thing you need to understand about the big thing you need to understand about red card is that even when you are getting value out of it, Pokemon Pocket is not a game where the concept of card advantage is frequently something that matters. Pokemon Pocket is a game where having the right cards is a lot more important than having more cards. And having more cards makes them slightly more likely to have the right cards, but a lot of the time when you see your opponent sitting there with a massive hand size, their hand size is only massive because they have a handful of bricks. So turning your opponent's 5-card bricked hand into a 3-card hand that's no longer bricked is still an advantage for them. It doesn't matter that you put them down a card. So with weakness here, our Aerodactyl EX actually clears everything on their bench in one go here. If I have 5 cards I can't play, and you turn me into 3 cards that have 1 or 2 cards I can play, that's still an upgrade for me as the opponent. The real reason why so many people play red card is because it feels good to disrupt your opponent, and you don't know when you're actually hurting yourself with it versus helping yourself, so it's very easily to psychologically talk yourself into, oh, this card is good for me, even when it's actively hurting you in a lot of the games. Second Sabrina means they're dead here. Entire bench just dies in one still. Yes, there's that aspect of it too. Humans have what's called negativity bias, where we more vividly remember things that happen to us that are bad as opposed to things that are neutral or positive. So the 1 or 2 times you get really punked by a red card, it stands out in your mind and you forget all of the times where the red card just didn't really do anything to you or helped you. Because that negativity bias means those don't stand out to us. Yeah, I agree, Delinear. Red card's effect being bad is actually a net positive for Pokemon Pocket overall, because those types of effects being popular make the game a lot less fun. Yeah, Pokemon Pocket doesn't really have the traditional notion of card advantage like you have in a lot of other games, where like, okay, this card's a 2-for-1 or put me up on cards in a game where I'm attritioning my opponent out. Doesn't translate here remotely. Have you tried Wiggly Arrow? I think Wigglytuff is a card that kind of just got power crept with this latest expansion. I think a lot of the places where you previously wanted Wigglytuff EX to help you, Mew EX tends to just be a better attacker. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'm gonna play this build anymore, and I definitely won't be posting a highlight with it. After playing this build and also playing the Farfetch build, I greatly prefer the Farfetch build. I think I liked, which leaves me on the question, do I like this build where we're playing the Mew and the Tauros in 8 basics, or do I like the build playing the Aerodactyl with the 6 basics? I did like what Aerodactyl was doing in a number of our games here. I think having Aerodactyl makes you better in the fighting mirror match as well, because it's such a strong effect. I do kind of feel like I want a second copy of Giovanni here, but I'd have to give up either the second Sabrina or second Leaf. That's probably something to think on. Yeah, Arrow's just like a solid finisher. I think I'm leaning towards giving this a try in the tournament tomorrow just to play something different. So I'm kind of torn between these two. Speaking on Mew, though, I actually wanted to build something new to give a try. Thinking, speaking of Tauros and Mew, I kind of like the idea of more basic. I'm confident the fighting core is good. From a game theory perspective, I think playing these Pokemon sounds appealing to me in the current metagame. Tauros covers Celebi, Executor covers Pikachu, Mew covers Mewtwo. I don't know if there's anything you could do to make your Gyarados matchup serviceable, but that's probably just a fine one to have awkward. And Executor is really good into the fighting decks. Do most decks have X speed and Leaf, or is one preferred over the other? A lot of the time you'll have at least 2 of X speed or Leaf, and if they play a third, they'll prefer one to the other. Like this deck, for example, will definitely prefer having Leaf, because we've got 2 things that have bigger retreat costs. 2 color with Hitmonlee. Playing a second color makes both your Executor and your Hitmonlees worse. Alakazam one-shots Gyarados. Playing a stage 2 to try and solve your problem introduces more than it solves most of the time. Like a couple of Ericas. Seems reasonable. Mental gymnastics to say red card is bad. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and ban you, bud. It's not It's not okay to crap on people using red card. I mean, if you think people using numbers to show that the card you enjoy playing is bad is crapping on you, you're not gonna have a good time here, so let's just let you move along. Sounds like your feelings got hurt by the numbers showing that the card statistically does nothing most of the time. I will say it's not a coincidence that after the Mythical Island expansion release, we've seen less and less red card as there's more and more good utility trainers. Personally, I'm of the opposite opinion. I think crapping on people who have bad statistical understandings to hopefully encourage them to get a better one is a good thing. You should bully people who want to ignore facts. It was a YouTube viewer, yeah. They were very, very upset that we would say mean things about their precious red card. Okay, you are at the top of my list when trading goes live. As a newer player, what 2 decks should I be looking for in Wonder Picks? You should be looking for Wonder Picks that have EXs you want to play with. I'll actually have an updated meta deck tier list going up Wednesday, now that we have 2 weeks of Mythical Island data to look at. Do I want the potion here, or do I want another X speed, speaking of? It's actually probably X speed. Effect is just cheating on energy is so good. And then this deck list does not want Psychic Energy. We're playing Mew as a finisher. I've literally never had a problem with LD player with Pocket. I couldn't get blue stacks to work for me. LD player was the first one that just fired up and worked. To name this bad Mama Jamma. Hey, what's going on, Marcel? Yeah, we're pretty all in on the Pokemon these days. I've been enjoying Pocket a whole heck of a lot. Feeling the wear and tear on Snap for a few reasons. You tried the black tea variant of your drink? I have not. Mostly just drink the classic unsweet tea, because that's the one I can buy in bulk from Sam's Club. Definitely want this last bench slot to be a Tauros. Ideally, we hit Tauros Execute in our 3 draws next turn, so we can evolve, or Executor, so we can evolve this and get Tauros building up. Originally came here because of Marvel Snap staying for the Pocket, because this is the best chat on Twitch. I'm obviously very biased, but I would agree with that assessment. Unlucky. Oh, I'm in the wrong scene. Apologies for the arms race. It's always a little jarring when I click into a Pocket live stream and their Pokemon Pocket only takes up like a third of their overlay. There's so much wasted space. I greatly preferred the Farfetch to the Primate build of the fighting deck. The Primate build felt really awkward and inconsistent. Crunch. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. I downloaded LD Player, my PC warned me it could be a virus. Yep, Windows does that with any third-party installer things. So if you download LD Player with the APK bundled with it, Windows gives you a false positive because it has the APK file inside of it. And Windows just thinks any installer packages that aren't signed by Microsoft could be viruses because, well, technically they could be. One of the LD Player installers tries to bundle the APK to save you time. But it makes Windows throw a fit in some instances like that. I think I want to Sabrina them here, yeah? I wouldn't mind scrambling their eggs or putting damage on the Celebi. I think from an emotional perspective, Abide like the dude, that how pocket matchups feel is that, what's the word I'm searching for? In Pokemon Pocket, a lot of the time when I lose a match, we slowly built up to that losing point. It wasn't something that just like suddenly happened when a tech card flipped up on the last turn. Marvel stat matches, you're like feel like you're in them right up until you lose, whereas Pocket you like slowly lose over the course of the game, so the feeling is less sudden. That emotional swing really stings some of the time. Yeah, or if there is a big swing, it's happening on the first turn like Misty as opposed to the last turn like a Shang-Chi. I think Charizard packs are still the best first pack you can open. I talk a little bit about why here in this opening breakdown. I'm actually just going to keep building up energies on this Mew at this point, so that way its genome hacking can threaten to clear this Celebi on the back crack best as it can. Or am I building up Tauros? Nah, I think my best line to win is just making Mew huge. They have 6 coins. They need 3 of them to get a knockout here. Average Celebi deck gaming, really. Hey, I just continue putting energies on the Mew, yeah? They don't have any knockout points yet. So it's funny here, because my Mew has literal grass energy on it, the Giovanni with my Mew here actually gets me the Delmise knockout because my genome hacking is grass powered. Pretty sweet first game here. Showing our Executor lead and then Mew is the follow-up. I do in fact have... Wait, what? Oh no! Oh no! What a huge lesson! It's not... I needed to put the extra energy on it. Oh wow. Okay, so it counts genome hacking's energy towards the 3 extra. That's a fine game to put into the highlight, I think, because it teaches a valuable lesson and it's sweet. So I just didn't attach the energy because I thought I was BMing by doing an extra thing. But we actually learned something pretty neat here, huh? Cool. That's something that could be super relevant in my future games. That is good to know. I would have assumed I only needed 4 grass energy for that to work, but we actually need 6. No, that was great, chat. This game ultimately doesn't matter. My account can't even earn XP, and I learned something super valuable, and I got to see my deck effectively win that game with proper play. I just wanted to save a second. Yeah, that's sweet. That's really awesome. Very interesting. There's a level cap in this game. There is a level cap in this game, and it's actually quite low. Can you explain again for our saluter? So the way Delmize's attack is templated, Delmize says you need 3 extra grass energy past the attack. And Mew's attack needs 3 energy. So you must need 6 energy to get the bonus Delmize, even if you have a bunch of grass on it. Really neat. All right, we need to take a brief pause to play the adverts because I think it's rude when the adverts go over the top of gameplay. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're going to play a bunch of sets with this. I think it's really neat from a theory perspective. Let's go ahead and pause for the cause. We'll see you in a minute. If you're watching on the YouTube side, please consider tapping the like button on the live stream. So there's a few of you hanging out that could still do that. You can have an advert as well. Like total wins on the account, around 1,000, I think. I don't know. Does that really matter? Is that a number people care about? It could be a fun number to point out exists. 1048. Still living where no adverts dare to enter. Imagine living in a place that capitalism forgot. I saw an account with 3,000 wins. I mean, all things considered, I don't play that much Pokemon Pocket. For most of the time we've been streaming it, we only recently moved to focusing on Pocket here full time. I think what's my lifetime stream count for hours of Pocket streamed? I've streamed 210 hours of Pokemon Pocket since it became available, so it's like loosely a month and a half of full-time Pocket streaming. Hey, sounds good, Maya. I'll take care of that after the stream's done today. Speaking of the Discord server, I'd like to give a shout out to our stream sponsor, Into the AM. They make all these wonderful graphical t-shirts like the one I'm wearing right now and the ones I'm wearing in this banner down here underneath me. They've got a sale going on now through January 5th. And if you'd like a chance to snag a $25 Into the AM gift card for free, I'm going to be giving some away in my Discord server tonight. Currently, I have 121 people entered. I've got about a dozen gift cards or so to give out. So if you join the Discord server using this link, and react in the announcements channel to the Into the AM giveaway post. It's like 3 up, it looks like. I'm gonna notify winners via DM tonight that win those. You can combine your gift card with the Hoglandia discount and the winter discount, or the end of the year discount as well. They do ship internationally, but you should definitely check on their website for what shipping rates to your country look like to see if they're something that are reasonable for you before you enter. We're going first. We don't mind that at all if we can have an egg. Want an X speed or a leaf plus an execute here would be ideal. Let's use our Pokeballs first here, hopefully find an egg. Bull's not bad. Bull's very good in the Celebi matchup. Little unlucky. Still need an egg. Oh, rip. This might be a Mew EX taking hits for us angle while we build up the Tauros. Hopefully we can draw down to one of our Giovannis by the time we get the Tauros charged up. I think we put out the other Mew just for the sake of... playing around with Sabrina. I suppose I hit the Giovanni, but I also need to hit an X speed in order to get this out of the way. Well, you know. I was gonna burn a Sabrina to make them have the X speed, maybe buy a little bit of tempo here. I don't think that card's likely to be super useful with them having 2 superiors down the line anyways, so... Just gonna go ahead and do this, maybe make them wasted energy. As their last card is superior. Holy, what a series. Okay, so we want them to clear the Mew this turn, but then not clear the Tauros next turn. Or if they don't clear the Mew, we want to draw our 1 copy of X speed. Okay, they cleared it, but they notably don't have any energies on anything else here. Tauros with Giovanni takes this out. Gosh, should have found the X speed too. Rip. All right, Tauros, I'm gonna need you to lift with your legs, bud. Goodness me, oh my, oh my. So if they don't hit double heads, we have the second Giovanni ready to go here. 75% of the time, it works every time, gamers. Look at this incredibly bad draw for us, where Tauros just gets to, like, pick the game up on his back and carry it across the finish line. And for my next trick, Tauros with 2 Giovanni is just so good in this matchup. Is MVP slide at the end here for sure. Thoughts on new Execute, adding Psychic to have another cheap attack? I mean, Psychic's not a cheap attack. Psychic takes 4 energy. I'm confused by your statement, I guess. I've seen more people trying to play Pikachu EX. In tournaments, that's definitely true. But I've been playing in the queue this morning for 4 hours. I don't think I played against a single Pikachu. X speed out this egg and crack them for 20, so that way Executor clears the Drudagon with the single heads next turn. Oh, you want to play new Execute so we can play Psychic Energy? No, Executor EX is a lot worse when you can't guaranteed attack with it on 1. You need a much bigger upside than occasionally attacking for 20 with this to have it worth playing 2 colors. How does Pikachu win against Celebi decks? It hits for big damage pretty quickly. Just runs them down. The answer to how does Pikachu beat most things is beat them before they get set up. Hey, Paladin, thanks for the 19 months. Welcome back. My 3 energy deal 40 charging up here in the back line just in case Executor misses this flip. Imagine missing a flip jack couldn't be us. Executor is so strong. Just, you get these games where you just run people down. So many free wins on this card, just stomping on people in the literal sense. really good at leading on Mew EX and really bad at leading on our egg, which is unfortunate. It's a matchup where Tauros should be pretty good. All right, Misty, are we playing a game or are we done here? Get to play a game. Yay! What do you think is the best version of Pikachu EX? You should watch my meta roundup from yesterday where I talk about exactly that and lots of other things after our second weekend of tournaments. I put my first energy on the Execute, because if I draw Tauros, I'd like to start charging that up next turn. See where they start powering up here. If they have like a leaf in hand, they might power up the Starmie. Leaf here. I don't have anything else to do with the supporter this turn, and getting this built up to 3 energy sooner rather than later has a lot of value, especially with the second leaf in hand already. Lovely heads. Thank you, egg. Put damage on the one that doesn't have energy on it. Hey Jeff, I've been watching you for a large portion of 2024. You're my favorite card game streamer. I wanted to say you look amazing with your fitness journey from the start of the year. Thanks, TG. Appreciate it. I think I'm not burning my copy of Leaf this time around. I'm just going to let them put me behind on an energy to switch this back because I want the Leaf to be able to pull this Executor back out in a pinch. Ooh, another heads means this game is probably done. Teach these Misty gamers how to do it. Executor EX is easily one of the most powerful cards in this game that just doesn't have a perfect second pairing with it. It just wins so many games on its own. A perfect pairing look like? Some type of attacker that's not an inconsistent stage 2 that has a good, like, 3 energy attack or so. Celebi's just so inconsistent. Any advice on how to get Dex running if you don't have money to spend on the game? Yeah, just focus your wonder picks and your booster packs on packs that have cards that you want to play with. Mew and Tauros, and that's kind of the theory craft behind this deck is, you know, Executor EX wants to be paired with good 3 energy attackers, and Tauros and Mew are good 3 energy attackers in a lot of spots. This is the, okay, what are we noodling on here? I think Executor EX plus Pidgeot is a fine pairing with the asterisk that stage 2s are just pretty inconsistent, so I don't expect it to be a very good deck overall. It's probably a fine way to play Pidgeot, though. What is relevant about the 3 energy attack threshold that I'm missing? The way games with Executor tend to line up, 3 energies is approximately how many energies you can build up on a back attacker before they clear out your Executor a lot of the time. So, Executor is just a strong lead Pokemon. that can let you build up a bigger attacker to finish with in the back line. We're gonna X speed out this Mew, so that way if I draw Executor and flip heads next turn, we clear the Drudagon. So I want to attack for 20 this turn for sure. I would expect this deck's Gyarados matchup is not great, and that we need a fast Executor draw to have a chance. Wiggly Eggs was good. Yeah, this deck that I'm playing right now has very similar bones to the Wiggly Eggs deck that I top 16'd a big tournament with a few weeks ago before Mythical Island dropped. Mew and Tauros just kind of do what Wiggly does, but better in a lot of spots, I think. They just do big attacks instead of needing to flip a coin. Full egg, milk, and eggs. I got bad news for you about what you're drinking if you think you got milk from a bowl. Maybe we'll have to wait till you're older to really explain it. Sounds like a Fear Factor episode. Yep. Oh no, I didn't think about Leaf scrambling my egg. Okay, I think we're dead now because I didn't play out this other execute. Wasn't thinking about that. GG opponent. If I would have played out the other execute, we would have maybe had a shot, but without it, we're just dead here. GG. I distracted you. No, not at all. I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to play the egg, and I just wasn't thinking about the leaf line. I should have been. It is incredibly interesting to me how little Pikachu there is in the matchmaking queue in my anecdotal experience. It must be because the deck is more difficult to play than these other top tier decks. It's easily the hardest to play out of Gyarados and Mewtwo and Pikachu. Has a lot of non-linear decision making. What's your favorite genetic Apex pack? I think the Charizard pack is the best genetic Apex pack by a good margin. I want to put the energy on the execute here, because I think ideally in the Gyarados matchup, we want to build up Mew and not Tauros. So if I draw Mew next turn, we can leaf this out, evolve it, and then put Mew on the bench. I don't think Mewtwo is easy to play. A lot of people misplay. So what you did there was have selective hearing to project what you thought I said or what you wanted to hear me say onto me. So I did not say Mewtwo was easy to play. I think most decks in Pokemon Pocket have some amount of complexity to the choices that you're making in them. What I said was Mewtwo is easier to play than the Pikachu deck. I think in Pokemon Pocket, the decks that are looking to just set up one big cannon and constantly attack with that cannon every single turn tend to be markedly easier to play than decks like Pikachu that want to do a lot of retreating and moving their cards around over the course of the game. And again, that's not to say that they're easy, but I think there's a lot more nuance that goes into the decks that want to retreat frequently rather than the ones that want to set up a big cannon and then blast it every turn until that cannon dies. Good players are going to win with any deck more frequently than a bad player will. Now, something that's a little awkward and noteworthy here is that if my opponent has Greninja and a Sabrina, I have to choose between giving them my Tauros or giving them my other Executor. I think I'd rather give them the Tauros, but it's close. Tauros is really good into the Starmies in the back line. Dodge a Sabrina, we could dodge a ball. With double Erica, they're going to take forever to get through our front line here. Executor, can you flip a singular heads over the course of 2 turns here for us, bud? On Lukey. We're still in a fine spot overall here. Although it is noteworthy. Well, I guess they did a Misty Heads to attack with Starmie. I was going to say if they hit us with Starmie, Erica doesn't save us the following turn, but I think that's fine. You need a Misty Heads, yeah? Sabrina. Alright, what if you attacked a different Executor? Energy, and Erica, a swing for 40. Tails always fails, but at least that one didn't matter. Buttery Jackson, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. One Leaf, 1 X speed in our deck. Although I suppose we're probably not retreating here. They crack us for 90 and then we crack them for 40. And then they can't knock us out because the Tauros threatens lethal on the backswing. Addie, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Oh, here's an interesting thought. So, with the Giovanni draw, I actually just play for Sabrina, right? I think I take the coin. Oh, I guess I don't have an EX knockout. I was thinking I was going to win the game on this, but we didn't knock out an EX to start. This is fine, though. If they pull back into the Starmie, the Giovanni still finishes. Yeah, I think this is optimal either way. Been meaning to sub with the Prime. I had to remember my Amazon login. Thanks for taking the time to hook that up. Anytime you stop by and click that button, it takes some real buckaroos from Jeffrey Bezos and sends them my way. Those Prime subs are one of the biggest portions of my income every month here. I really can't emphasize enough how if you're playing a deck with Tauros in it, that deck probably wants 2 Giovanni in this format. This card being able to clean up to 130 in one hit is so huge. Hash Key, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. They have Giovanni. Huh. I mean, they were just dead. The Sabrina I played definitely implies that I have Giovanni to clear their Starmie. So I think this play makes sense from that perspective. Yeah, and actually, I really like the opponent's play here a lot. Because the way this is set up now, I need to put the Mew up, because if I let them hit the Executor, they finish the Executor next turn. Actually, I actually think the opponent's play here was really good. Yeah. I think the opponent played this superbly. Their choice here puts me in a position where I have to win a coin flip to win the game now. Oh, wow. And now I'm not even there. Okay, so now I need to draw my second copy of Leaf. People were puzzling their heads over this one, but I think the opponent navigated this masterfully. Yeah, and we're just dead. Well played, opponent. That was really close. They played that well. My Sabrina was like my one decision point. I don't know if I could or should have done something differently there. I don't have any lines here, right? I need to put the energy on eggs instead of Mew. I mean, putting the energy on eggs instead of Mew doesn't leave me any lines to victory. It means I don't die literally this next turn, but it doesn't mean I can win the game. Yeah, the opponent correctly read what my Sabrina implied and then played around it really well. They had to get lucky on a coin flip to do it, but that was their out to win, and they navigated it perfectly. Props to them. So many Misty decks in the queue. It's crazy how it's just the most popular deck in here by so much. If we hadn't Sabrina them, we could have won. That's not a guarantee, Elotan. The opponent's lines would have been different after my lines were different. It's funny, Spray Goals ran a poll on their channel asking what the best EX was from the new set, and in like tens of thousands of votes, the people that watch his channel voted for Celebi to be the best by over 50%. That was wild how much the perception and reality differ for things like that. There's just such a massive segment of people just completely disconnected from what's actually performing well. Big 2024 energy all around, right? Why accept reality when you can substitute your own? Yeah, getting high rolled sticks in your brain. I think Mew is slightly better than Tauros in this matchup a lot of the time. They're both 3 energy attackers. For reference, I personally think Mew EX is the best EX in this expansion, but I think Gyarados could have a reasonable argument for it as well, since it created a new Tier 1 deck. But Mew gets my pick because of the dynamic it's added to deck building. UEX is definitely a really elegant design. I like it a lot from that perspective. Treating out this Articuno seems pretty good. Celebi is this set's Misty. I think that's a very good and apt comparison, yes. Are we Sabrinaing them here? I think so. I think taking a knockout point on a head sounds great. We're going to draw one of our 2 copies of Leaf next turn, so we can pull Executor out and use Mew with the genome hacking. Unlucky. On down to swing. Unlucky again. Hey, Whiskey Jack, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate it. So they're going to Blizzard me down to 40. Erica gets me back up to 90, but hopefully we're going to find X-Speed or Leaf. We're 3 out of 5 for that. Sorry, 3 out of 8. Really want to pull this Executor out. Another Pokeball. Yep. I guess this fishes up my other egg, which has value. This forces them to have Giovanni, which I think is worthwhile. Why fully charge the Mew? Isn't it better to leave one off and charge another? Well, if I draw my X speed, I'm going to want to put an energy on here and then go ahead and retreat it out. So by putting my 3rd energy on the Mew, I give myself the flexibility to be able to draw X speed to pull this out later. Whereas if I leave 2 energy on here and then put another energy here, I can't pull this back out. Oh gosh, we're dead to Gyarados. Rip. Shout out to the slow roll. Not letting me see the Gyarados to start and clicking all the other buttons. I think I want to play another set with this. I like the core of what this deck is doing, even if the Gyarados matchup seems a little challenging. I'm gonna go ahead and run to the restroom while these adverts roll, but don't go anywhere. We got plenty more Pokemon coming up today. Appreciate everybody hanging out. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button for the live stream. We're up to almost 500 of those there. BRB. My chair is the ultimate red card gamer. I'll have to give it a timeout then. Hey, Ed Wolf, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Easiest way to ensure we get first energy advantage a bunch, play a deck that doesn't want it. Tauros is definitely the lead Pokemon we want in the Celebi matchup. We do kind of want an Execute, though, still as well, because we need Execute to apply pressure to our opponent to force them to put the Celebi up for the Tauros to clear out. Eggs are lovely. Yeah, I'm just gonna make like a tree and leaf here on the opener, I think. Get our attack in for 20. Gamers, I need someone to educate me. What does this card evolve into and what does it do? Should I be concerned? It has a put you to sleep thing. Okay, and it's not an EX, so I think we're gonna charge up. I think as long as they're charging this up, I'm gonna charge up Mew. It's a 50 damage, 90 HP sleep. Got it. Is Arcanine into Gyarados and auto concede? That's what the stats imply. It's a very bad matchup for the Arcanine player. Polarizingly so. I put an energy on here. They put up Celebi. They on average don't knock me out. I put second energy on here. I hit the Celebi. I put third energy. I attack. Yeah, it seems fine. I'll need to hit 4 heads on the Celebi to punish me. I'm taking a break from Snap until they do their next round of Twitch drops. And I'll dip back in at that point and see what numbers look like and see if I'm enjoying it, but I'm not making any big plans in advance. Really need to draw a copy of Giovanni. I know it seems odd, but I'm gonna go ahead and Erica here, because if I knock this out, I want them to be unlikely to clear this, so that way I can get in 1 hit. So, I think this heal is worthwhile. We have 2 Giovannis and 8 cards. But if they don't clear the Executor in 1 go here, we get a couple of draws at it, which is pretty likely. The Candy Crush promo goes for 3 weeks, Ben. Oh, they're playing Giovanni of their own. This deck list so rarely has room to do that. Maybe we'll hit our 1 and 4 after they get us. Oh, man, they have it all. Beat him to brick. What does Mew do? Mew copies your opponent's attack. I mostly just put it up to that 130 HP. That's the beats. Opponent had their stage 2 and their Sabrina. And we missed our 2 copies of Giovanni. I'm glad Celebi's not super popular in tournaments, because it's really a pretty dry matchup to play. It's honestly kind of unfortunate that the 2 more popular decks of the queue generate some of the worst matchups in Pocket. The Misty decks and Celebi just rarely feel like they generate good games. I need to go back and check, but I feel like we've opened on Mew in almost every game we've played today. Another Misty deck. The Bullfrog deck is fine. I think it's a bit less powerful than the Hitmonlee decks. The Bullfrog deck notably kind of struggles into the Gyarados matchup. We have an Executor while we're going first. That's exciting. I mean, that's kind of the point of my comment, Scrimmage. People explicitly aren't playing decks that are best, despite it being the event queue. Like, objectively, by every reasonable measure, the Misty decks and the Celebi decks are not top-performing things. I now have 9 Gengar EX and still only 1 egg. Well, I mean, those come from different booster packs, right? So you should probably spend more time opening Charizard and less time opening Pikachu, or whatever it is. Play more basics, Misty Gamer. Get out of my game. the regular queue feels any different, anecdotally, in terms of matchups. Let's swap and get some confirmation bias, huh? Confirmation bias, me daddy. Oh my goodness, we've been playing Pokemon Pocket for 5 hours, and we switched out of the event queue and immediately got a Lightning deck. Make up, sheeple. Actually, the first Pikachu we played against all day. Alright, Egg's a good draw if we could find Executor. I'm gonna swap this out, and I think build it up while it's on my bench. We'll let Mew take some hits as our lead. If they poke the egg and we don't draw Executor, we're in kind of a medium spot. If I hit the egg, though, our Giovanni could let us clear the Zebstriko. It should be big game. Oh, they're going after Tauros. Interesting. Gotta burn this. Sabrina tends to not be stellar in the Pikachu matchup anyways, because their bench tends to be full, so if I can tempo them out of an energy with it, I think that's a fine use. Eggs! To be eggs! Alright, 2 Executors, 11 cards in a dream. Golly. Assuredly, things go better for my second Tauros than the first, yes? This is why I can't play Stage 2 Pokemon in tournaments, by the way, gamers. I'm actually just the unluckiest SOB you'll ever meet. It puts the striker on the skin or else it gets the hose again. Alright, we were really unlucky this entire game. Can I flip 1 heads to make up for it? Just one singular coin flip break our way. Nope, never in a million years. Life comes at you hard sometimes. Okay, so if they don't hit 4 heads or 3 plus a Giovanni on Zapdos, we're actually winning this game, yeah? Tauros with the Giovanni clears everything they have in one, so I just need my eggs to not get scrambled this turn. I mean, they're dead on board leaving the Pikachu up, so they need to. You know what? I accept this testament to how good our deck must be in this matchup, given how incredibly unlucky we got. Holy. They definitely didn't play to their outs there, but I'll take that after the miserable variance. I agree, Pokeface. I think in general, eggs tend to be favored into Pikachu. Given that I haven't enjoyed opening on Mew, and I really want an Executor as often as possible, do I ever cut the second Mew for a baby Executor? I kinda don't hate that. It seems like it could be fine. Thank you for helping, Deck Editor. Please stop. Please stop. Opponent looking to monkey around a little bit. These are guaranteed to both find eggs, yeah? This working up. And I think we just pass. Sand Slash being weak to grass is exceptionally poor into our Executor. Swing and a miss on their Mankey. Have to spend this energy to retreat, but this is probably a game where our dueling eggs are going to solo, so I don't think not having an energy on the Mew is likely to matter. Yeah, no energy on Marshadow, meaning they can't revenge us, is pretty solid. I feel like even if I brick on my Executor coins here, it probably doesn't matter with them having no knockout points. I have one Erica teed up already. We'll start building Mew from here just in case. You have the Leaf to be able to maneuver things around. They're getting both their Marshadows built up. Opponent. I didn't realize confusion was a mechanic in this game. With the fighting decks on the rise, I think Executor is definitely a reasonable place to be. It's so strong in these fighting matchups. Although I suppose it's worth noting our Tauros and our Mew aren't particularly stellar into fighting. Mew's fine, but not amazing. Just gonna go ahead and leaf back to this other one to buy some time, rather than Erica. Since I have 2 leafs and only 1 Erica. So long, fighting Pokemon. If you're someone who's never been big on the Pokemon IP, but you just like good strategy card games that seem to have reasonable economic models at a glance to start, I think Pocket's worth giving a try too. It's just a genuinely good, fast-paced TCG. And if you're a snapper and you're like, Jeff, give me the elevator pitch on Pokemon Pocket, what's the big upside past good gameplay? Is I really love how Pocket is structured to never make me do chores. There's no missions that make you forced to play certain cards or even play the game at all if you're not feeling like it. You are free to play optimal in Pokemon Pocket simply by logging in once per day and opening 2 booster packs and checking your wonder picks. And I think that lack of feeling pressured and attritioned out of the game long term is going to help them keep a pretty dedicated player base, where games like Snap struggle as their metagames ebb and flow. It's nice that whenever I log in to play Pokemon Pocket, I can just play the decks I actually want to play and not feel like I'm being punished for doing so. And on the days where I have other things like family stuff going on, I don't feel like I'm being punished for not having time to play. The game gives me an outlet to find my joy when I want that, and doesn't punish me when I can't. No, I'm currently on a hiatus from all Marvel Snap content. I'm not playing on stream, so I'm not gonna have stuff for YouTube. My last stored Snap YouTube video went up over the weekend. Alright, our baby Executor, coveted clutch here. Once we're missing the EXs, immediately hitting heads as well. Yeah, unfortunately for Snap, I feel like it's probably impossible for them to put the constant chores genie back in the bottle. They could maybe make some of the chores, like the alliances, be less specific, is a reasonable thing they could do, but I'd be surprised if they ever got rid of the chores altogether. Brought my backup egg. I'm gonna go ahead and Erica this one. Potion here means we need another heads to clear them out next turn. But they're also 10 damage short of being able to clear this Executor without a Giovanni, which is good for us. This deck list is a brew that I'm considering playing in one of the events I'm going to play this week. From a theory standpoint, it feels like it lines up into a lot of the field very reasonably. I think Executor EX in particular is a strong pocket card right now. No, that's accurate, Kamikaze. Stage 1 Pokemon that attack for 1 energy powerfully are the ones that like going first in this game for sure. I think I'm just giving up the knockout point on this. Seems fine. I assume they're Pidgeot's building to Pidgeot EX, since their Pidgeotto has the 3 energy attack here. Is there a pretty standard tournament format, or does it vary? Most of the community tournaments tend to use single deck best of 3 for their tournament format. Some do best of 1, and very rarely there's been multi-deck or no register deck, and you can change decks every round. Usually single deck best of 3. All the tournaments I make time to play in personally are single deck best of 3, because that's the way I enjoy playing. Usually they're Swiss with a top cut after a certain number of rounds. Giovanni is so good with Tauros Schemers. So many 130 HP EX Pokemon you want to put in a trash can. Good night. You know exactly when the January set releases yet, likely towards the end of the month. About, I would expect 6 weeks after this set, which puts us at the very end of January. Alright gamers, we're not going anywhere, but we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some Twitch ads roll. I'll throw the deck list that we're working with up on screen for those that want to take a try with it at home. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. No sideboards in any of the community tournaments, typically. That's not very common in Pokemon as a thing. That's more of a Magic the Gathering thing. Yeah, I'm expecting January 30th or 31st or so. Cards that prefer to go second are in theory statistically favored, even though it's probably less pronounced than the community make it seems. I would assume that the good decks that like going second win more when they go second. We don't have any good data to pull that from, but anecdotally, having first energy advantage is a big deal for all the good decks. Hey, MDY. Yeah, the kids had a great holiday. That's some fun pictures over the weekend. Haley got a Paw Patrol game for the Switch that she spent like this. I said 3 hours in this tweet when I posted it, but I think by the end of the day she had logged like 5 hours on it. Oh, this was a good one too. She got a binder to put some Pokemon cards in. So then she came down to my office and asked me, "Daddy, can I have some of your Pokemon cards to fill my binder?" So I've got a long row box of bulk from when the boys open packs and they have extra cards they don't want more copies of. So she picked through the bulk for the day. At several points while she was picking through the bulk, she declared coolest card ever and shoved it in. So she had a page of pink Pokemon and a page of Bulbasaurs and some others, but she filled up all her pages before she was done with the bulk. One gamer's trash is another gamer's treasure. For those that are new here, my wife and I have 3 little ones. Daughter is 4, and then the boys are 9 and 10, a little bit older. To give a shout out to the stream sponsor, by the way, Into the AMs, one of our longtime sponsors. My codes has sold over 20,000 USD worth of their clothing. They make these wonderful graphic t-shirts you always see me wearing, and like in the banner here as well. They are having a sale now through January 5th. You can get a little bit off. And I've got a bunch of $25 gift cards to give away for their site. If you hop on into my Discord server and react to the post in the announcements channel, you can be entered to win one of those gift cards later tonight. Pokeball. We really want an Execute this turn so we can have an Executor next turn. Oh, that's the wrong egg game. Rip. Ooh, they're the Fighting Frog deck. Huh. Given that they're Fighting Frog, I just assumed they were Gyarados. I didn't notice that they had... Or I guess we didn't see the Fighting Energy, right, on my turn? Or was that there? They're likely on no EX. Wait, what? Chatot with the Fighting deck? Interesting. Okay. Either way, the Tauros is probably not good here. Hey, Auntie, thanks for the heads up on the new username. Appreciate the 58 months. Welcome back. All right, I found an egg. Unfortunately, they're gonna find probably everything they want since my hand is huge and they have a Chatot. Hopefully, Executor EX is just gonna gear up to solo. This last bench slot here is going to be for a second Execute, most likely. Big regrets on playing out 2 Tauros, because ideally I would have a Mew out as well. Marshadow's gonna get to crack us for 100 here. They're very likely to have their Greninja. What's the best combination for Gyarados, Starmie, or Greninja? Greninja is the proven consistent one. You should check out my meta report on the Hooglandia Pocket channel from yesterday if you want a fairly objective, data-driven breakdown of the decks that are performing the best and what their matchups look like. If we hit heads on this Execute, we got a shot here. Sedge. Messed around with Chatot. I'd be very surprised if that effect is good. Your attack is a pretty big resource, and I would be shocked if giving it up to shuffle your cards around. I mean, like, even this game, right? Like, my draw is exceptionally bad, and my opponent's still suffering from variance through it. I would assume my opponent is not playing Gyarados. I think they're just doing fighting Greninja stuff that happens to be playing a Chatot. Your draw is so terrible, you're using your Tauros against the non-EX deck. My bottom cards here are 2 Ericas, an Execute, a Mew, and then another Pokeball. My goodness. Travis, thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. What am I doing here? I guess we just die to second Greninja next turn, right? So we die 50% of the time? No, we're guaranteed dead because they have, Okay, so what I actually need to do here is I need to put this out, X-speed out the Tauros. Because their last two cards are Professor's Research Greninja. So I need to make sure I don't die to the Marshadow next turn in the active spot. So I have to sack the egg. So they're guaranteed to have their Greninja. And then their Greninjas kill this, and I put Mew up. I don't know that I have a line to win long term, but I have a line to not die next turn. I think double Greninja just runs us down now. Yeah, they get 2 knockout points here. And then I'm just guaranteed dead the next turn is the problem. I needed to hit heads when we attacked this one. To draw 1 execute, please. Ever lucky rubber ducky. I guess we just build the Mew and force them to pull the Mewtwo back. I mean, going first here is really good if we just have execute to start. But you're right, when we brick on our eggs, we'd much rather have first energy advantage. 66% to be an egg, says a man drawing a Tauros. Oh, good gravy. I think I'm supposed to leaf this out so they can't deal 50 to this. And then I clear, and then they clear with the other Mewtwo. I think I want to put this at a point where they're going to need to have a side drive to clear it. And with the second leaf, if they leave this Mewtwo up here, I can leaf this out again and then clear this one still next turn. And if they switch to Mew, I'll put the execute up. So the goal here is that our execute will generate enough pressure that they'll be forced to put the Mewtwo up, and then we win the game after we clear it with the Mew. With our copy of Giovanni, we'll need 1 heads over 2 turns to clear this Mew EX. I'm gonna go ahead and play out this other execute, so that way we draw another Executor, we can play it out. Leaf back here. Copy of blue. Was not surprised to see successful Mewtwo deck list starting to leverage blue in the tournaments this weekend. Effect seems pretty good for them. So, can expect a Gardevoir to be online next turn. Can we finally hit a Tropical? Swing heads will be the question. I wonder if they'll retreat back to the full health Mewtwo here. Probably depends on if they have a copy of Leaf or not. This swap makes it feel like they're likely to have a Leaf. Or maybe they just have another X speed. It's possible. Joke's on you, I was never gonna hit a heads anyways. I threw both my copies of Leaf at this point too, which means I have a pretty big lack of maneuverability. My start was so awkward and slow here, I think we're gonna lose the game because I just didn't hit enough heads. Needed my opener to be more smooth or to hit a few more heads on this this Executor. The problem now is I can't retreat this out without a Leaf to get back to here, and they side drive this, and I just don't have any knockout points because I didn't hit enough heads to clear this out. Although I guess with the potion it actually didn't matter because I couldn't Leaf and clear with this anyways. I think we're on the 0 outer, yeah. Just hit more heads next time, or just have better Pokemon in our opener. That's the thing about variants, right? Like, it wasn't just that our Executor didn't hit enough heads, it's that we also didn't have Executor until, like, the 4th turn of the game, yeah? So if we would have started on Executor, it would have been enough that the coin flips wouldn't have mattered, but because we were unlucky in that respect, we needed to be lucky in the other. There were two bits of 1-2. That made things not pan out for us there. Hey, Dr. Doomed, thank you for the brand new Prime support. There's a ton of people you can send that to every month on Twitch. Thanks for sending it this way this month and helping keep me around. Those Prime subs are a big part of why this is able to be my job. Two wrongs, your statement doesn't make sense and needs additional context. At no point did I have the option to take a knockout in that last game. Silverstein, thank you for the third of the year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, Executor. I need you to run some friends over this game, huh? Swing for the frogs, if you would. Good night. Thanks for the third of the year, Silverstein. Paid that Froakie Croak, sure did. Alright, no Gyarados here should mean that we're done. The Sabrina clearing the Magikarp, and then we just gotta deal with the Greninja afterwards. Our lose condition here feels like they get Gyarados online, so let's just like head that off at the pass. Erica, what a lovely time for you to show up, girl. Up to 111. Hey Jeff, I wanted to say, since finding your channel, I've been having a blast playing the off-meta type stuff you come up with. Keep it up. Thanks for hanging out, Fooner. Appreciate it. If you enjoy coloring outside the lines in card games, my channel's one of the best ways to do that. Always try and do our best to cook up things that can be competitive. I'm really excited for this game to grow more. The range of things we can do already with the limited card pool is super exciting. I expect we'll have even more once we have, 4 times as many cards in the game a year from now. Sabrina and Leaf are both lethal here. Leaf is such a big upgrade for Executor as well. Being able to actually reasonably retreat is so strong. We're playing some Executor Mew. We're going to genome hacking Miss Slash, clear this Greninja out. Bubba Tub, thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate that. We're playing an Executor Mew deck. But actually, gamers, for those who, if you enjoy my stuff and you're not able to support directly, or if you do support directly, you want to support me a little bit extra, a great way to do that is for the last hour of the stream today, we are going to be playing some more Zenless Zone Zero as a sponsored segment. This is one of the Hoyoverse action RPG games on PC, mobile, and PlayStation 5. If you want to hang out and help me hit my 500-person minimum viewer count I need to get paid for this segment, I'd appreciate it. The game is a lot of fun and completely free to play as well, so if you're into sweet RPG games. It's definitely one that'll be up your alley. Let's go ahead and get this loaded up. We played a little bit of it on stream at the end of last week. I appreciate the folks that hung out for that. They offered me another segment. If you're watching on the YouTube side, we're going to go ahead and sign off there, and I'd appreciate it. Anybody that could come on over to Twitch to check out our Zenless Zone Zero segment today to wrap things up.